Hello, folk, and welcome to our weekly Asatru Folk Assembly podcast, Victory Never Sleeps. I am Witan Brandy Callahan, and I will be hosting for our Alsherjargothi Matthew Flavel, who is currently en route to our National Winter Nights this weekend. When he asked me who I would like to interview this weekend, I could not pass up the opportunity to bring in the Gythias of the AFA. These are some of my very best friends. These are the women that I look up to and I rely on the most. And it's a great opportunity for all of us to be in one place at one time. So I would like to welcome all of our Gythias, Gythia Anna Plourde, Gythias Shiela McNallen, and Gythia Catie Erickson. So I just want to go ahead and introduce these ladies a little bit, and I'm going to start with Gythia Anna Plourde. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I was born and raised in Minnesota. I discovered Asatru after many, many years of just being an atheist. I slowly came to the realization that there had to be something more than, fedoras and snarkiness. So I started looking into, my family history. Where did we come from? And I discovered this whole world of, we have gods, we have goddesses, we have heroes, we have our own legends. And it made so much more sense to me than, some foreign god in a land that looked nothing like the lands of my ancestors. So I spent the next few years then as kind of a solo practitioner, having bloat with a few other people every now and again, but mostly just being on my own. And then around, 2016, I'd heard of the AFA for quite some time, but then I actually made the move to join the AFA. The first Fall Fest was my first event, and I was made to feel so welcome. I have friends that I still talk to from that event, and I just came away so happy that I'd found home. And over the next few years, I started doing book studies with that group. The folk builder there, Jason Gallagher, he's always been in my corner. He's always been like, hey, let's do this. Or he'd always support whatever idea I came up with. And so I started doing all the bloat stuff, or a lot of the bloat stuff there. And then he started peer pressuring me into applying for the Githia program. And by peer pressuring, I mean every single week. Did you apply yet? Did you apply yet? Come on. Deadline's coming up. You better apply. And so I went through that. I did that at the same time as I did a nursing program, which I don't recommend doing that because you will lose your mind. But in 2019, I was ordained, saw Baldershof finally be opened, saw that become a reality for us. And then in 2021, I got married to Jason Plourde, and we moved down to Florida. And we helped open up Njordshof, which is the fourth Hof of the Asatru Folk Assembly. Happy to be here.
And we are glad to have you here. You're actually one of the very first people that I ever met in the AFA. And I still have pictures of you and I together when I had hair like this long. So we've known each other. Yeah, we've known each other a long time. And I don't think we've ever missed an event where we haven't been together until you moved to Florida. So long time with Anna.
Come down and visit.
I should. I will soon. Next up, we have the lady who really doesn't need an introduction, but we're going to let her introduce herself anyway. The official Frith weaver of the Asatru Folk Assembly, Gythias Shiela McNallen.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so in thinking about my beginnings, I would have to say it was ancestral. I always knew about my ancestors. In fact, yes, a day or two back, Brandy and I were discussing memories and the things that the people who were there for us when we were young. And she describes her very close relationships with her grandmothers and great-grandmothers. And I also had some of that. It wasn't that warmth that Brandy, that the unconditional love that was poured on her. But I did get a glimpse of some of the stories. I saw the pictures on the wall. And for me, my parents, both sides, my family, my mother and my father, both have very, very Irish roots. Even though there's some English, some went to Massachusetts in the late 1600s. You know, I've got that in there too. And I'm very tied in with those people. But one of my grandmothers told me one time, she said, well, you know, we're of the O'Neills of the castle. And I'm not sure which family line she was talking about. That was, of course, the O'Neills of Ireland. And at that point, gee, we've got a castle someplace. I was sure I was destined to live in a castle. And it wasn't until much later, going to Ireland, spending time there, really resonating with the ancient nature of the place, the deep spirituality I felt there. But also in doing DNA later and looking at the haplogroup, the male haplogroup that my brother has, which is RM222. And that goes back to Hugh O'Neill, you know, so there we go. It was very, very true. But I was raised Catholic. Catholicism did not answer what I needed. I was orphaned as a child. My father died suddenly when I had just turned 5, and my mother went back to work as a nurse and then became afflicted with cancer that she dealt with for several years. And none of us knew that this was terminal. You know, even the week before she died, I was told, well, she's going to stay in the hospital. Well, I'll just visit the hospital for the next 50 years, you know, kind of thing. But so, you know, going to church, praying to God, all those things really did nothing for me. I was terrified by the nuns. I found Latin confusing and all those things. But I always had this spiritual nature, and I always had this connection with ancestors. And it was much later that I kind of started delving into the Celtic stuff a little bit, obviously. And I still resonate. This is my time of year. There's no doubt. October really feels right to me. But it was many years later that I happened to meet Stephen McNallen and embarked on a journey of discovering Vikings, for one thing, which were really not in my ancestry at all. As I said, it was mainly Irish and English and German on my grandfather's side. But that's kind of where we were. This is back in the early 90s. And that is my introduction to Asatru, was calling it, quote, a Viking religion. And so to me, it was fine for others. It wasn't really mine. But then, of course, over the time, I just really came back to me. Oh my gosh, the Vikings were everywhere. They settled those cities in Ireland, and you know, they were all over. But besides, we're talking Germanic tribes, and the Germanic tribes are our people, and they were all over Europe. And it all, of course, fell into place for me at that point. I said, of course, I can embrace this. These are my people. These are my ancestors. My ancestors did this. And I've never gone back to anything else. I can't imagine doing anything other than following Asatru in our way. And it's been an absolute pleasure to have been on the very beginning of the Asatru Folk Assembly, because that's where I was, not the the incarnations that happened first, but that was where I was. And it was really at my encouragement that Steve went ahead and said, we're going to try another, quote, membership organization. We're going to do this. And my thing is, I want to start having moots. Well, we didn't call them moots then. Well, I want to start having, we always called them gatherings. And I said, let's have the folk over. We're going to do a folk gathering. And at that point, when we were trying to come up with a name, it was, well, we can't do Asatru Free Assembly again. And I said, well, why not folk? It's what we always talk about. It's our folk. We love our folk. And so it became the Asatru Folk Assembly. That was my contribution. So, and here we are today.
And no minor contribution, Gythia McNallen. It was no minor contribution. So what folks don't realize is just how much Sheila has done ever since the beginning. Sheila has always been one half of that driving force that has created this amazing church that we are all a part of now. So thank you, Gythia.
You're very welcome. Thank you for asking.
And next we have Gythia Catie Erickson. Catie, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi, everyone. I was born and raised Catholic. My mother still thinks she's going to hell because I am no longer Catholic, and so that means she failed in her job as a mother to raise me properly or something. I'm not really sure, but Christian guilt. When I was 12, I discovered that something other than Christianity existed. And after taking a very long and meandering path, mostly by myself for many years, I found it's not really Asatru, it's called Theism, but they worship our gods just in a different manner. I found that, and I was Theist for many years before finding the AFA. And finding the AFA was the best thing that's ever happened to me. I met my husband through the AFA. He asked me to marry him at winter nights in the Poconos several years ago. I couldn't remember exactly when at this point. During Sumble, in fact. I think I've said this. I think I said it on the last time I was on this call. I still have no idea what he said to me when he proposed because everybody in Sumble was cacophonous. But I joined the AFA in 2016 and joined the Godar program in 2017, was ordained in 2018 with our fellow, all three of you actually. I think we were all in the class together actually. Not you, Brandy, you were in a different class, but that's where I have been. It's pretty simple. This is what happened in the past doesn't really matter because this is where we are now and it's the best place to be. So that's me.
True statement. Sierra asks, how long have each of you been Gythias in the AFA? So I think we kind of answered that a little bit. I was ordained in 2021 at the dedication of Baldershof. Anna, what about you?
I was ordained at Fall Fest 2019, so 3 years. Wow, it's been 3 years.
Been 3 years.
Wow. Okay. It's not been like that long.
No. Miss Sheila, how about you?
You know, I wish I had my certificate right here. I'm going to say, I know it was not a huge crowd. It was a beautiful nighttime ceremony in our ritual circle. And I want to say it was 2020, probably Yule at 2020. And that's my guess. But regardless, it's a very special thing to have happened to me. One of the highlights of my life, regardless of the date.
Yes. Catie?
If Anna was ordained in 2019, then I was wrong when I said 2018 because I was ordained at Winter Nights like 3 weeks later after Anna was ordained. I don't know why I remember that because I do. I think I was just excited about it for all of us. So, yeah.
Come to think of it, I could have been 2019. I'll check that out.
I think you were.
Yeah. Time flies.
Tony King of Cheese asks us, for when the chat questions start getting answered, Gythias, how are you all doing tonight? How is everybody doing tonight?
Okay, I'm going to start. I'm doing really well. It was a very, very busy day getting ready for this. But we have Winter Nights coming up. 3-day event at Odenshof, starting with the food pantry where Steve and I go out and get all the food tomorrow, load it in our cars, and are gone for half the day. But I've also had some wonderful news today. My son called me and said that he is going to be a father, and at age 43. I'm very happy about it. Has a lovely lady who is the mother of his child, and it's very much a blessing in my family. Did not expect this to happen. So shared the news a while ago with my brother, my sister. We're all thrilled. Yeah. So we have a very small family. So when these things happen, it's pretty remarkable. So that's been a very good day for that.
Well, congratulations, Sheila.
Thank you.
Anna, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm gearing up for our first winter nights at Njordshof. Like every first is going to be just the first time at each new Hof. So now it's like, this is the first time that we're going to do this in this new spot of ours. That's also the same day as our food pantry. So that's, I believe, going to be at 10 to 11:30, and then bloat is going to be after that. But we're all just excited, and we're getting, ready for, each new event, each new chapter that we're writing over there.
Well, Catie, I know how you're doing. You're busy.
Yes, I'm operating on about 2 hours of sleep in the last 48 hours, and I'm overcoming a cold. But I am super excited because Winter Nights 11 is this weekend in Ohio. My husband and I run the event, and I'm looking forward to seeing everybody there. It's both the most stressful thing I do every year, and also the thing I most enjoy doing every year, because Winter Nights and the Gythia bloat are kind of have a special place in my heart. But so that excitement is definitely superseding any of the stress and discomfort I might be feeling otherwise.
And you said this is Winter Nights 11.
It is 11 years we've been having this event. Unfortunately, it's our first year not doing it at the camp we used to go to. They stopped being they became a not for profit camp in order to overcome COVID. So they no longer take outside groups, which is very sad because we had a very good relationship with that camp. But we're moving onwards and upwards, and our new location for this year it'll be pretty awesome.
Trent asks, "Good evening, Gythias. Thank you for everything that y'all do. A question for each of you. What is your favorite part of being a Gythia?" There's a lot of my favorite parts of being a Gythia. There's a lot of hard work, but there's also a lot of joy and a lot of beauty in being a Gythia. I think one of my favorite parts of being a Gythia is doing a Wayfarer's bloat. That bloat brings me a lot of joy. When I do Wayfarer's bloat, I tend to do my Wayfarer's bloat to Frigga, and I focus on not only sending my folk off for a safe journey, but to a happy and healthy home when they get there. And I think that's really important. So I always try to put that as part of the bloat. One thing I always have people do as well is to look around the circle and remember the Frith that they shared at that event or at that moot or whatever it is that we're leaving from. And to look across the circle and to look to their left and to the right and look at the faces of their folk and remember that in good times and in bad times, these people will be here for you. You can lean on them. They're your church, they're your family, they're your folk. And no matter what happens in life, you'll be able to rely on the people standing there with you. So I think that's my favorite part of being a Gythia. Anna, what do you think?
There's a lot that I love about being a Gythia. Like you said, there's a lot of it that's very hard. My favorite part is watching people actually come home and knowing that they're home. I know a lot of people have come to this faith from a place of isolation where you may not have felt like you had anything that was yours. You didn't have a place spiritually that was yours. Like you were kind of renting somebody else's faith or somebody else's path. To watch somebody come in and look around, maybe at an event, and hang out and start talking to the other people there and realize, I'm home. This is mine. I can't get kicked out of my home. That is so amazing, and I love it.
Sheila.
Well, she kind of said it all. I would have to say the same thing. To a great extent, being there at the door to welcome people home. I've loved our slogans that we've always had from going back into the 90s. The way of the ancestors calling us home. It's about roots. It's about connections. It's about coming home. I've always wanted it to be that for our people. And I do everything I can to encourage them to come and then make them feel like, oh my gosh, how did I ever live without this? And a lot of people feel that way. They truly have that bonding, that sense of purpose, a sense of connection that they never had anywhere else. Especially in this time, I think that we really offer something very, very unique through our church. And I want to make the most of it. And it's like I'm desperately reaching out to people, just saying, whoa, please come by. You're going to be quite amazed by what you find. On the other hand, the people who come are the people I always say who should be there. Sometimes the people we expect to come don't come. Another thing that I think is very important about being a Gythia is that balance of male, female, and our gods and our goddesses. And I'd love to explore the attributes of our goddesses to some extent for our women, so that they feel that they definitely have deities to connect with. And that is sometimes lost because we have always dwelt very much on our male entities, our male gods, and the gods rather than goddesses sometimes. So that's very important. And winter nights, my goodness, it is, having experienced some of Catie's rituals and enjoying my own so much. And I feel that is a time for us truly to connect with ancestors. And I think we do. And I love that ability for us. I always have told people around me, you are never alone. My husband Steve says that, you're never alone. You always have your ancestors with you. And of course our gods as well. But everybody who's not even found Alsatru, you have your ancestors, you're never alone. So those are some of the things that I kind of promote, those ideas. And again, it's about well-being, trying to make people feel healthy and happy and cared for.
Mrs. Catie, your favorite part about being a Gythia?
It's hard to sum it up in a short and concise statement because there are many things. And I think this applies to everybody in our Gothar, everybody who is a Gothar. Performing baby namings and weddings are amazing. Being able to perform a ritual for our folk and help them connect to their gods, that's amazing. But I think one of my most favorite parts about being a Gythia is helping our female membership connect to the female divine, to our female gods, to our Disir, even to each other, because Asatru has been not the most friendly place for women in the past. It is, like Sheila said earlier, you look at it as or many people look at it as being the Viking religion, because that's how for many, many years it was portrayed. And when I first found Theism, which I mentioned earlier, it was very male oriented and very much a drinking club for dudes, and the chicks just kind of happened to be there sometimes. So to see so many women finding Asatru and connecting to our gods and goddesses and connecting to each other on a deeper, much more potent level is it's very rewarding to me to be able to help facilitate that in any way. Because it's hard to be a woman It's hard to be a woman with children. It's hard to be a woman who doesn't have children. I'm not saying it's not hard to be a man, but it's, you know, each thing has its own negative side, or its own problems, or its own complications, and uh, being able to help our women bond and find the community that helps them through their troubles and through their loneliness and through all of the things that go on in their lives at the different stages of their lives is really, that's probably one of my favorite parts.
I think another one of my favorite parts is working so closely with the other women in leadership and the bonds that you build. I know the four of us have built a very long-lasting, dedicated, and strong friendship, just from working together, spending so much time together, talking to each other on the phone, calling each other for advice, you know. So this is where I've met my best friends. So I really do appreciate all of our leadership, especially our female leadership. You know, we always say that there's so many more women in the AFA today. And the same goes for our women leadership as well. We have a lot of beautiful women, strong women in folk builder positions, also as Gythias, and it's a real honor to work with those women. So I'm going to take a minute and I'm going to just give a couple shout outs, and I'm going to invite our Gythias to do the same. And we might do a few more shout outs throughout the podcast here, but one person I definitely want to say thank you to is folk builder Sarah Alt in Wisconsin. She is a powerhouse of leadership. She is a strong woman and a wise woman, and we definitely appreciate all that she's done. She throws so much of herself into everything that she does, from maintaining the Baldershof website to helping with the folklore study to the Baldershof ladies study, just to building Frith amongst, you know, the community in Baldershof and the AFA itself. So if you really are interested in what it's like to be a woman in the AFA, Sarah is very, very involved, and she could definitely point you in the right direction. And yep, her email is down there. So reach out to Sarah if you're in the Wisconsin area or surrounding area. I'm sure she'd love to talk to you. So Anna, you got anybody?
In Njordshøj district, so when I got down here, I was the new kid. We have a great group of women down here that immediately made me feel like I was home, like I wasn't some stranger just showing up. So we have, she's not an official member of leadership, but Pam McCloskey has just been everybody's cheerleader down here. She has been like everybody's den mother down here. She has run that kitchen at Njordshøj. We have like the best meals coming out of that kitchen. And she just does so much for all of us.
Awesome.
I'm so happy that we've met.
Sheila, you got anybody in mind?
Yeah, so Odenshof is a very old building. It was built in 1938, and we got it in 2015, and it was showing its age, but we've had to do some repairs, such as the roof and a new $8,000 stove and things like that, that meant that we had to delay doing other repairs like our floor. Our beautiful clear-grained red fir floor that we have is very, very worn and got damaged when we had a lot of leaking from our roof. So it's been a real concern for me. You know, the fundraising, how are we going to raise the money? We have a very expensive insurance bill. We had to get our insurance to the state of California because we're in a fire zone. And it just has a huge price tag ready, Odenshof. And we want it to look really beautiful when people come. So a person who really stepped in recently and it just, every time I turn around, there's a new project, and that is Ashley Stockton. Ashley, who has just started the Odensoft Restoration Project. And you may know that she has one of Christine Dumas's beautiful scarves that she put up as a virtual raffle for this month. And AFA members from all over started buying raffle tickets for it. And I think to date, we've made like $800 on the scarf. And we now have Stian, is that how you say his name? Christian Penner, who is donating one of his gorgeous horns. And so we're going to be doing this. And, you know, that's Ashley, who's thinking, how can we make this place shine as it, and, you know, it's Odenshoff of all things. We need to give it the best we can. And she's always got a project going while raising her child and working sometimes double shifts as a CNA, just whatever. She's out there sleeping in her car just to make sure she can do her AFA work and all that. So I'm very impressed by her level of dedication, just not quitting. I wish I had her energy. I wish I had her youth, but I can tap into it because she's wonderful.
Catie, who would you like to send a shout out to from the Thorshoff district?
Jessica Lambert. Jessica Lambert is amazing. She's one of the warmest, kindest, friendliest people I have ever met. She doesn't really care who you are. She'll just walk right up to you and give you a hug, and you feel like you've known her forever. My husband used to do the runestone almost entirely by himself, and when he said he needed help, Jessica stepped up and she took over and made it a lot easier for us, because my husband, for at least a week every month, I wouldn't see him. He'd be out in his office working for hours and hours. I have to sneeze. It's not happening. Sorry. False alarm. She has been extremely kind to me. She has been extremely kind to many of our folk, and she's become one of my very best friends. So I think Jessica Lambert's a rock star.
Awesome.
Indeed.
We have another question from Tony King of Cheese, and this one is for Gythia Sheila specifically. What does it mean to be a Frith weaver?
Ooh. Obviously, we all come with our own perceptions, our own opinions, and sometimes there are issues that come up because people are very much themselves and they can't quite see the viewpoint of someone else. Obviously, to be a Frith weaver is one who can bring together people who are not of like mind and try to do that. But to me, Frith weaving is always that really positive, for me anyway. I'm weaving Frith when I'm out in my community doing the food pantry. That is something I do. I work very, very hard at it. I also am president of another nonprofit in town, which uses up one whole weekend every month. And why do I do it? Because I want everybody to know who we are, that we are not just to be trusted, but we're to be valued and you know, we're friends, we're there, we're community, we're neighbors to you. And that is coming out more and more. I've had the very, very Christian in our town. I can't tell you how many churches we have in this little tiny town of Brownsville. But so far, it's all going really well. So for me personally, I don't have very much where I'm dealing with interpersonal relations. I would certainly tell people, you know, let's obviously step back, try to understand somebody else's viewpoint and find common ground. That would always be my thing. I'm also not confrontational, and anybody will tell you that. I avoid personally things where I have to be really assertive. I'm just not. That's not my way. You know, I'm kind of mother hen. I'm grandma. I'll give you the cookies, and that's my caring thing. And I think if anything, it's that kind of soothing nature of me that makes people relax around me, and I try to make everybody feel valued when I meet them and when I'm in their presence. I work at that. I won't say it's work, it's pleasure, absolute pleasure. But I think Frith weaving for us right now in this world, a lot of it is building our reputation in the larger world. And we do that by just being really good people, living by our values. We are our deeds, and we show that through our good works.
Thank you, ma'am. Cody Raynard asked to all the Gythias, how has becoming a Gythia enriched your life and bring you closer to the Asa?
Mm-hmm.
Anna, you want to start us off on that one?
Sure. It has made me, more aware of who I am. It's made me understand that this is not just a solo project. It's made me more aware of the folk that absolutely do need this and why it's necessary. It's made me a lot more social. I didn't used to be very social at all beforehand. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
How it's brought you closer to the Asa.
It's brought me closer to the Asa just by knowing that, these are our gods. Each one of us should have that connection. And especially for those of us that are Gothar, sometimes we need to show others how it's done. So every day I'm, striving to, reach out to my gods every day, just a little bit, just so I can, help others find what I've found.
Thank you. Sheila, how about you?
It's been a true honor to be able to do ceremonies of the folk. I had not really done very much of that in the past. We actually started the horn blessing, obviously long before I became a Gythia. We did that at midsummer, probably 2010, and it just caught on, and we realized that we women have this wonderful magical presence that and ability to bless the horn and energize it with the feminine qualities that we have and that which has been passed on from our ancestors. So I love doing that with our women to remind them how deep our ancestral line is, and that those women are still with us. And we have that, and also, of course, preparing it for bloat. But doing, weddings, I have a baby naming coming right up, and just the thrill of that, being able to do that, to present that little being in front of the folk and to the gods, is an amazing experience. And I take this all very seriously. I actually did a memorial service with a lady whose brother died, unfortunately, from an overdose. She was very, very close to him, but it took a while before we could actually do the service. And I went with her to the mortuary. And this was a man who had not been embalmed. And it was a struggle. It was a learning experience. And boy, did I call on, the holy powers to be there to help guide him where he needed to go, and to be there for the family during that really tough time, because she was so broken up by it. And that was one of my first experiences doing a funerary type ritual. But being in bloat and leading in Galder and carrying the horn and all those things. I love working with Matt, because the two of us work together at Odin's Hall, and he is often the one doing the Odin bloat, and then often asks me to assist and also participate. And I love the flow that we get between us. We're communicating, and we're bringing all this amazing energy and blessings to the folk when we're doing ritual. And those are just highlights for me. It's just such a pleasure to do that.
Catie.
So I had to remember what the question was. I'm sorry.
It was.
No, I got it. I was just collecting myself there.
There you go.
As an individual person practicing our faith, you learn about the gods in a very personal way. But when you become somebody who is spiritually responsible for helping our folk connect to the gods, you learn about the gods in an entirely new sort of way. Because you're looking at them not from your own personal perspective, but from the perspective of how do I help my folk know them. So for me, being a Gythia it's kind of the same answer for both parts of that question. It's been very rewarding for me, helping our folk to connect, but it's also been rewarding for me because by helping our folk connect, I have learned a lot about myself and a lot about the gods from a perspective that I wouldn't have had otherwise, if that makes any sense.
It does. It does. So I guess for me, how it's enriched my life, because every part of it enriches my life to some extent, whether it's counseling folk that need it, whether it's being that conduit at bloat between the folk and the gods. One of my favorite things about bloat is when we accept the gifts of our people and give the gifts of our people to the gods. And when I walk that horn around and I look that person in the eyes and I can see their emotions and I can see what they're doing as they put their hand over that horn and they're putting their gifts into the horn. You can feel the horn become heavy with the gifts of the folk. You can feel how much dedication, how much respect, how much love, how much worship is put into that horn. And when you're receiving the gifts of the gods to give to your folk, it's the same thing. You know, when you lift that boli or you lift that horn and you can feel the gifts and the blessings of the gods enter that mead through the horn. And being able to give that to our folk, you can literally feel the difference in the weight. You can feel a difference in, the emotion and the power in the circle between the two. So I guess that's one of my favorite parts about it is just being that conduit and being privileged and honored to be the person holding that horn and feeling the weight of the gifts of both our folk and our gods. So I guess that's one thing I like about that. Sarah asks, with Asatru being a male-dominated thing in the past, it's wonderful to see women in important roles. Have any of you ever been called a feminist since you've taken on your positions? No, I have not. Any of you been called a feminist? I've been disliked by feminists. I'm not sure if that counts, but nope. I haven't been called one. I've been called a lot of other things, but I have not been called a feminist.
I've not been called a feminist. I think I made a news reporter a little bit unhappy with me. This is right after the initial town hall meeting for Baldershoff, where we had a room full of people that weren't living in Murdoch that were very mad at us for being in Murdoch. And after all that was over, I was approached by somebody from the, what's it called? West Central Tribune or something like that. It's the local Wilmer newspaper. but he was asking a lot of questions about, well, how far can a woman actually get in Asatru? And, what's your actual role? And I answered honestly, like, we can be priestesses. I didn't know this at the time, but we can, sit as Witan. He didn't like any of my answers because I was not telling him what he wanted to hear. I've made feminists mad at me. On the other hand, though, it's like, well, how can you be in such a male-dominated religion? It's like, but it doesn't have to be male-dominated. Why don't you come on over and see what we're about? And that never goes over well. They get mad about that too. So no, I've never been called a feminist unless all these people are saying this behind our backs.
I don't think so. I
I
know one thing that people really talk about with ask me a lot is, don't you feel oppressed? No, I don't. I don't feel oppressed. I'm a Witan member. I am a priestess of Balder. I am a Gythia of the Asatru Folk Assembly. No, I mean, just because I wear a dress to church does not mean that I'm oppressed. So I know that they said, well, every time you see you, you're all dressed in dresses. Well, yes, because we like to look nice. And I like to look nice in a dress, but just because I wear a dress to church does not mean I'm oppressed. Does anybody else have anything to add on that?
I was going to say, it's really quite the opposite of being called feminist. I've been told that I'm being kept down by the patriarchy, that I'm just, I don't know any better. I'm letting the men control things, and like, I've used this particular analogy before, or I don't think it's an analogy, but whatever. People either assume that you're a super liberal feminist person, or you're a 1950s housewife who like has no life outside of taking care of your husband, and we're neither of those things. We are just completely normal, healthy individual women who are living our lives I'd like to think to the very fullest. And I don't know how just because there are more men in a faith means that it is a male faith. I mean, like, I know we've talked about it. There have always been more men. Oh, it was a very male religion. I get why people get that impression, but people refuse to acknowledge the fact that our ancestors were very cognizant of the duality and the partnership between male and female. And you can see it in all the lore, and you can see it in this, just everything. If you look at it, you can pick and choose as much as you like, but if you're really looking, you see that there's a partnership. Yes, there are different roles for our men than there are for our women. It doesn't mean they're less important. So yeah, no, definitely not feminists.
Yeah, I'd like to have a comment here. Yeah, for years, there was this story that was being told by the left about how we don't like women, that Asatru, the way we practice it, is misogynist. It's all anti-women. From the get-go, my husband, even back in the 70s, I think, when he began doing Asatru, he had the saying, and I don't believe it was his own, but the saying was, a religion without a goddess is halfway to atheism. And it was always the goddesses. Once he really got into it and understood the balance in the pantheon of the male and female. And that is so true. Our problem is that we don't have women coming here to find our amazing men. In fact, it came up today in a conversation that I had with our good friends Logan and Catie, and Ashley and I were down talking with them. And Catie was talking about, well, women always knew that if they wanted to find a man, go up to Alaska, because the ratio was like 20 women to 80 men. And I think, well, that sounds like us a bit. And what can we do about that? We've always said we've got the women just don't even hear about Asatru the way the men do. Men are much more social when it comes to all this kind of thing. So any women who are listening who are at all interested in finding communities that respect you and encourage you to participate and bond with other women and find that mate if possible and have children and be supported by a community that will love your children and provide homeschooling for them if that's what you wish. I mean, we really have developed so much for families, and so there's much more for women now than ever before. And women should not just stand at along the sidelines anymore. Please come forth and join on your own, because I think you're going to be amazed with what's waiting for you. But we've always had a place for women. It's just there's never been very many women. We've had some great women in the past. I mean, I can say Patricia Hall, and I know that Catie knows exactly who I'm talking about. Very, very amazing, powerful woman, and wonderful leader for us women. And we've had women like that in the past, and we've always acknowledged our women. Women have always been respected. That's the one thing. You're never going to find, at least through leadership, and who knows about members way off wherever, but we truly respect all people in our church. Women are always respected, treated well, and that's the way we do it. Those are our values. They're the best values that we could possibly have, and we always show it when we're together, and that's what our church does.
Can I just add, we're lucky that none of our children in the future will have the same problems, because we have so many children right now. There are so many little boys and so many little girls. We just had two twins, two boy twins. I guess that's what twins means. It means two, but we just had two little boys and a little girl in my kindred alone, born within like a month and a half of each other. I know that our Under Ashen Oak kindred in Ohio has like two babies were just born and another one's on the way. Three babies were just born and another one's on the way. Like, and they're all girls. So we got a lot of little girls being born into the AFA right now, and none of them are going to have the same problems trying to find a dude. Or those little boys aren't going to have as many. We're probably going to have, it's probably a role reversal. The girls are going to have a hard time finding the good Asatru boys at this rate.
Speaking about awesome women, I'm going to plug somebody else. So I want to give a shout out to folk builder Ashley McStalker. Folk builder Ashley McStalker is our Mick Rockstar. And what I mean by that is Ashley has done so much for Baldershoff and for the folk at Baldershoff. She runs our food pantry. She's created really amazing relationships with the people that donate to us. We hand out bags and bags of food and pounds of choice cut meats. And she, headed up the school supply drive that they did, where they were handing out backpacks to little kids with school supplies in it. She's absolutely amazing. She's also one of the key people that help take care of Baldershoff, make sure that everything runs the way it's supposed to run. She's one of our mentors for our apprentices. She's absolutely amazing. So just want to say a shout out to folk builder Ashley McStalker, because you are our McRockstar and we appreciate you very much. Anna, do you got somebody that you want to shout out to?
Yes, our new apprentice folk builder, or one of our apprentice folk builders, Tracy Adler. She has absolutely hit the ground running. Like right around the time that Njordshof happened, she was coming to these events, and she has absolutely taken this by the horns. She does moots at least once a month, if not twice. She has been, she's great at the counseling aspect of dealing with her folks. She is, she's never too busy for a phone call. She's just put herself out there. I know she has a very busy job schedule as well. And she's just been a great example of female leadership.
Sheila. Oh. Sheila, who do you want to shout out to?
Oh, well, this is a good time to talk about Crystal Podbreaker, who has been a North folk builder for a few years now. She is the person who keeps us well fed, plans up all of our meals, and pays attention to budget and all these things, but she makes sure that everybody gets what they need. And she often stresses ethnic dishes, so she will have certain meals that are notable for paprika, for one thing. She loves paprika, so we get a lot of paprika. So at Midsummer we did. She's very, very dedicated to doing that. She also was the person who really helped spearhead the painting of Odinsoft this summer. We happen to have a young fellow who's a painting contractor, and he saw the condition. Yes, it had been painted, but not primed and prepared last time it was painted. And he said, we've got to fix that. So he got right in there, and with the help of several other AFA members and Crystal and her husband Victor, spent numerous weekends up at Odenshof and through May and June before Midsummer to get the whole thing totally scraped, boards replaced, things caulked. Amazing amount of work. And as Crystal said, she went through weeks and weeks and weeks driving to Odenshof and not having any time off. So she's taken some very necessary time off the last couple of months since Midsummer. And she's going to be back on Saturday giving us some wonderful hearty, I forget what it is, we're doing like shepherd's pie. And that's going to be the main course, which is going to be perfect for winter nights. We look forward to that.
Awesome. Her cooking is delicious. If you have not had her cooking, please go to Odenshof because it's amazing. She's amazing. Catie, you want to give a shout out to somebody?
Yes. So there is a woman in the AFA who I don't think that her official title is good enough. She, behind the scenes, does more work than most people even begin to realize. Mm-hmm. She is our folk services person, Mandy Flavel, Mrs. Alsherjargothi. Mandy is amazing, and Mandy works her butt off, and she never gets the praise she deserves for all of the work she does because she's not in the front and center of things. She's not attached to, titles for this or that. She runs the baby blanket program for the new babies in the AFA, which I think is amazing to have a blanket that is handmade by somebody in the folk for your new baby. It's like I've got 2 children. I have 2 AFA blankets, and those blankets are, as far as I'm concerned, they're heirlooms. Those are blankets that my kids will have forever, and hopefully will pass on to their children one day because they're just kind of awesome. But also, there's a certain type of energy in those blankets, and Mandy's the reason why we have that program. When you see families in need who are on rough times, and you see them advertised, please help these folk. Mandy's the one who makes sure that all that information gets out there, and that she does so much. And I think Mandy, aside from being a really kind of spectacular human being, I think she needs to be recognized for being as awesome as she is, because I don't think it happens enough. So, yeah.
Hail Mandy.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Michelle has a question for you, Sheila. Will you and Steve be at Winter Nights this weekend?
No. Saturday is his birthday, for one thing. He had his 55th high school reunion that was also this weekend, and he found out about it when we were in Texas last month at the funeral of his brother. And a lady came up and said, Steve, I haven't seen you since high school. You're going to come out for the 55th reunion. And he was really hoping to, but I had to say, no, Steve, we're going to be at Winter Nights at Odenshof. That's what we're doing this year. We often, when it was in Pennsylvania, we would go out there and then we'd shift our Winter Nights to a week later. But I have to say that trying to do air travel the last 2 years has been frustrating and frightening and everything else. At times you just don't know what's going to happen. And so we're kind of doing less than we did before. But I know we're going to be out to all the Hoffs. Hopefully in the next year we'll make it out to everyone. And we always look forward to meeting people there. It's going to be a fantastic winter nights, I'm sure. Wish I could see Ohio, and maybe will someday. But anyway, no, we're going to be doing, again, our big winter nights out at Odenshof. And for me, I prefer it over Yule. Yule is sometimes everybody's favorite, but to me, that's pandemonium. When you do, 80 people in that one room for one day, and you're giving presents out to kids, and they're making gingerbread cottages with frosting and candy. No, thank you. It's hard to relax at that one. Boy, I love winter nights. We're going to have a wonderful one. It's going to be beautiful weather, 85 in the day and 55 at night. So Steve and I are camping actually out of winter nights. But thank you for asking. We will try to make it out to winter nights next year.
There is an event that you're going to be at here shortly, though, Sheila, right?
Right. Yes. So that one, that was a good lead in. And you're going to be there too. I found that.
I will be there.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, a lot of people know that my husband, Steve, started his career in the military. He did ROTC in college and really wanted to have a career in the Army. Didn't work out that way. He got frustrated after the first 4 years of it, but he did go back in for the National Guard for quite a long time. But because of that, I mean, he still has so much respect for the soldier. That's really what it's about. As Brandy would know too. She's former military. And it's a very big honor because Nathan Erlinson and Melissa Mills, I believe, are the two who have been organizing this particular event, Feast of the Einherjar. It is honoring the warriors that go to Valhalla with Odin. The Einherjar, the chosen, and you could say, well, they're chosen by Freya and they're chosen by Odin. And the idea is that we honor the men who die in battle. And it's a very, very powerful time of year, particularly for men. And I've been asked to actually do a Freya blitz. So we're going out on the Wednesday before it. We're going out, I think, November 9th and coming home the 13th. And it's going to be down at Heavener Runestone, way at the south end of Oklahoma. We've been there. It's a gorgeous place. Very kind of a magical little glade where the runestone is. Really interesting limestone walls like you guys get in the Midwest and all that. And I think it's going to be very, very wonderful. My husband Steve's going to do an Odin load, and there's going to be, and then a wedding afterwards. And there's going to be a really cool Einherjar float that's going to be actually done on a river, a waterway right there. So even though, you think male, there's going to be a lot of wonderful women there, and we're going to make sure that the women have plenty of time to be by ourselves and share our experiences, get to know each other from wherever we come from. But do try to come to that one. And I'm not sure quite how people register. Do you know, Brandy, how that's done?
Yes, we've got a link down there on the bottom. If you go to the runestone.org store under the events, you're going to find the Feast of the Einherjar. You'll be able to get your tickets there. And if you guys have any questions, reach out to folk builder Melissa Mills and folk builder Nathan Erlinson or folk builder Ashley McStalker, and they can get you all the information. And it is also not too late to go to winter nights. So make sure, if you haven't already and you want to, go down to runestone.org at the store, hit the events, and register for winter nights. It's going to be a beautiful event, Winter Nights 11 in Ohio. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Gythia Catie Erickson, and I'm sure she will try to answer them to the best of her ability while she is frantically probably trying to tie the last few pieces of this event together. So reach out to her with any questions. Also, there's who else? You could get a hold of Witan Clifford Erickson, I'm sure, if Katie's busy, or possibly, who else, Catie? Who else could they contact if you and Cliff are?
Christine Dumas, Timmy Dumas, Jess Lambert, pretty much all of the amazing folk builders we have in Ohio or in Pennsylvania, Jess Keller, who I'm going to steal Brandy's thunder, and I'm going to give Jess Keller a shout out. We had a good conversation the other day, and Jess Keller's pretty amazing. She holds so many different moots all the time for our folk, and she doesn't get discouraged when people don't come, because we have moots that not everybody makes it to. She just keeps throwing them out there, and she has a great deal of knowledge and dedication, and she's pretty cool. We like Jess Keller.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna see your Jessica Keller, and I'm gonna raise you a Jessie Schaefer. I'm gonna talk about her for that. So Jessie Schaefer is the Lady MacGyver of Baldershoff. She constantly comes prepared with Band-Aids, snacks, and the occasional chainsaw when you need to cut down a tree. She is absolutely amazing. I cannot say enough good things about her. She is an amazing friend. She's an amazing woman. She's an amazing mother. And I absolutely adore her. I have never seen anyone work as hard as that woman. So I'm going to give a shout out to Jessie Schaefer. How about you, Sheila? Are you going to raise the ante here? Who you got?
Oh, yeah. This last week, I had the pleasure of going down to Yuba City, which is the county seat of Yuba County, where Brownsville is and where Odenshoff is. And that is because Sierra Chapman, one of our younger folk builders, a young mother with a little feisty, wonderful little 2-year-old that keeps her very, very busy and holding down a full-time job. She does folk building best she can, with the time she has. And one thing she took on was the project of an Adopt a Highway. I know they've been very successful in Wisconsin. Well, she saw it through, did all the applications, made all the phone calls, and I went in there with her, and here she had these 2 highway department guys from the state that she was talking with, and she just handled it beautifully. She knew every question to ask, had all the paperwork all planned out, knew where she was going to take all the equipment, and we had the pleasure of going out and seeing the 2 signs that span that at either end of our, like a 4-mile stretch on Highway 20, if anybody knows this part of California. The Yuba River runs through it. So we have a huge bridge that spans the Yuba River. It's down in kind of the gravel bar areas. So it goes from a place called Stacy Ann Lane over on Yuba County, crosses over into Nevada County, and ends at Timbuktu. And sure enough, there's really a Timbuktu in California. It was an old gold rush town. It has about 3 houses. And so we're going to go out. And the nice thing in California, guys, if we do this, and we do it once a month, collect the bags and do it safely, they're really concerned about that we understand our safety rules. We will get $250 for our flock. Talk about some money that would be very well used at Odenshoff. So I want to thank Sierra for that, because that was not my idea. I never would have come up with it, but she did, and she needs to be commended for seeing that through to the end. And it's going to be fun going out and doing those and having lunch and being doers again, like we all want to do, and build our reputation.
Yes. What about you, Miss Anna? You got anybody left to shout out to over there in the Ortshoff district? I think you're muted, though.
Okay. We have a brand new folk builder. We have Fawn. She has been all over the place the last few weeks. I'm actually not sure where she is right now. She's been driving to, I think, Texas. I know she's been driving to Florida, Oklahoma, just to meet up with folk, just to say hi, just to have that folk time. So I'm so excited to work with her, and I'm so excited to see what she's, what she's gonna do in the next few months and years. She has a lot of potential, and I just cannot wait, and I'm so excited.
Awesome. Welcome to the team there, Fawn. We have a 10 Canadian dollar, I believe it is, donation from Lawrence Forbes, and says, just popping in to say good evening, ladies. I'm enjoying the stream. Thanks for all you do for our folk, and bless your hearts. All right. Well, thank you very much. We definitely appreciate that. If any of you do want to make a donation, or you do just want to get your question to the top of the line, because the 4 of us are going to run down as many rabbit holes as possible tonight before we get to all the questions. I promise we'll try to get to them all. But if you want to get your question up at the top, head over to Entropy, and you can give us a donation there. Everything is appreciated. We thank you very much. All right. And back to our questions here. Sarah asks, can each of you talk about your relationship with the Disir? Would you say that as women, we take our place among them when we die? Sheila, do you want to start us off with that?
Ooh, I would definitely say we do. I look forward to that. I'm so glad that we are really comfortable with the idea of an afterlife. So many people are afraid of dying, afraid that there's nothing on the other side. And I have no doubt that I hope to meet my Disir on the other side and be with my ancestors. I actually had a nephew who passed away. It was very, very tragic. He was shot in a hunting accident at age 12. And I had to tell my sister, who was his grandmother, I really sensed, for me, and this is me because, I've got my personal gnosis thing. I'm kind of a touchy-feely kind of a person, but I just felt that when he passed over, that there was no doubt that he was going to be greeted by his ancestors, that a grandmother was there with a plate of cookies for him. And I felt good with that, and I think it helped my sister because I know we continue on, and the soul components keep going, and they weave back through our family lines, and they come back and they touch us in the most amazing ways. I have some really incredible stories, but at one point I had been to Ireland. It was 1993. I made this trip on my own to kind of dig deep into my roots and find my ancestors. What I did find was that it certainly was not the Catholic churches where I found things. I couldn't find the records, but I went to the stone circles and I went to the wells, and I had wonderful experiences there. I came home and I received a gift. I received a gift as I was writing about my grandmother, my great grandmother. I was describing how at Christmas time, when I was a little girl growing up in the 1950s, $1 would buy you a whole bag of goodies for your relatives. And in my case, it was always red nail polish and red lipstick for my grandmother and my godmother. And for my great grandmother, it was always a hairnet. A hairnet could be with sequins or glitter on it, whatever was pretty, you'd buy that if you were a 7-year-old. And that's what I did for my grandmother. Every year she got a hairnet. Well, as I had done this trip to Ireland and digging very, very, just touching on so many levels, my own personal past there. And I was writing these stories about going to that house and being there at holiday time and the damask and the fancy glasses and all these things. I went out and saw something on my dryer out on my porch and went back and forth a few times. It was like August, it was warm, and I was putting laundry on the line. Came back, I finally picked up this envelope and I looked at it and I didn't recognize it. It was shiny. It was your typical thin, shiny, waxy kind of brown envelope like you might have a greeting card in. And I opened it up, and actually on the outside it said Alberts, and it said Marin, if you know Marin County, California. I said Kentfield, San Anselmo, San Rafael. And I thought, whoa, this is really strange. And I opened it up, and inside was a beautiful, like lithographed, beautiful tinted envelope with a lady with coiffed hair, brown hair and bright blue eyes, just the type of thing that you would have seen in like the 1930s, 1920s, 1930s, that kind of wavy hair, And it said real human hairnet across it. And the thing is, this had never been opened. It was clear. It was absolutely brand new. And on the back, it had a little sticker, and I think it said 10 cents or 19 cents. And I opened it up very, very carefully because it was a color picture on the front of this lady. Opened it up and took out this tissue paper, and sure enough, I unwrapped it, and in it was a hairnet. And it was the color of a light brown, and I'm sure that was the color of my great grandmother's when she was young. And that was a gift that came to me. And I've not had many things, but I believe in miracles. I know that as a Christian, I talked with my husband about this last week. I always thought that saints were the only ones who could have miracles. No, that was a miracle, and it happened to me. I need to find it someplace near my home. I used to, when I was a teacher, I took that to school and shared that actually with, whoa, guys, you don't know what it's all about. I mean, none of us do. There are a lot of mysteries out there, but it was a true gift. Nobody had ever seen it. Was actually that Albert's was a store that was around before I was even born. My sister said, "You remember Albert's?" Oh no, you don't. It became Macy's when you were a little girl. I mean, this was really old. It was absolutely pristine. And over time, over the next 10 years, and I'd take it out and wrap it and show people, it just became old. You know, as I was holding it, you could see it was starting to discolor and fray and all this. And I can't wait to find it. I will share it with you folks. I wrote in the runestone. So I did not write many articles in the early runestones. I wrote about Uller was one of mine, and I wrote an article called The Hairnet, and spelled H-E-I-R, because it was, you know, given to me as an heir to my great grandmother. So I love it. She was there with me, and I realized that she is a lady I have not recognized as much at Sumbel as I should. I mean, to me, here we go. What is important is Sumbels and honoring those who have passed. And, you know, we all kind of dig through our line of relatives who to remember what we learned. But this lady definitely reached out to me, and I appreciate that. So that's my story. And yes, the Deity are very important. And this is a great time of year. I'm going to give a plug for Winter Nights at Odinshall. It's not too late to make your plans to come. It starts Friday night. Ashley is doing dinner, and we're going to do polkas, and she wants to do Oktoberfest dancing. So that's what is polkas. She says, wear your dirndl and your lederhosen, and we start with that. And then Saturday, and my husband Steve is going to end with Odenlote at about 8:30 that night. For those who've not seen Steve do an Odenlote, it's quite different from Matt's. It is very, very powerful. Of course, they both do it, but very, very different techniques used. And the next day is talks and, as I said, the baby naming and lots of kids things. And again, Oktoberfest games that Ashley is coming up with some really fun traditional type things. And then feasting and evening Desierbloat with the song that I learned from Catie, which we love. And we're going to have the women play a very, very key role in this whole thing as the men enter the circle. It's my favorite time of year, truly. And with the Sumbel. And the next day we're doing a community fair for Brownsville. We call it the Harvest Fest. And all the people who come to the food pantry on Saturday are going to be invited back to come and partake of, quote, Halloween stuff, have a free lunch, you know, hot dogs and chips and a cupcake, and enjoy the hospitality of Odinshall. And we who are seen as being so very evil, well, of course we're not. They know that. We have a lot of support in our community. So it's a very full weekend, and we want people to come out for it because you couldn't ask for better weather. This is perfect. So yeah, write to Ashley, write to me, and let us know you're coming, because Crystal's buying the food for Saturday, and she needs to know. Get her head count. In fact, talk about kids. Right now we have 34 people, 34 adults coming to Winter Nights. We have 25 children, and a lot are little tiny tots. So just let you know what's happening out here in California with our growing families.
That's awesome, Sheila. Thank you. Your kids are about to outnumber those adults here pretty quick.
Yeah, they are.
Catie, how about you? Can you talk about your relationship with the Desir?
So, contrary to a lot of what I've said since I've been on here, before I found the AFA and before I became a Gythia, I didn't really have that strong of a connection to the female aspect of things. I was drawn to Freya at the time because of her connection to magic and to in some ways war, but not really the whole let's go stabby as it is the woman who is strong and can stand up for herself, because I was always a very, very shy, very shy person. So, a strong, confident woman appealed to me, and I didn't really have that in my life a lot. So I was drawn to Freya for that. But despite being drawn to Freya, I had very little connection to the female aspect of things. Being shy and lacking confidence, it's hard to connect to something when you feel disconnected from it, which I guess by definition. But when I became a Gythia, or I should say when I became a Gythia student, I had the very great luck and honor of being mentored by Patricia Hall. Patricia Hall is an extremely wonderful, extremely powerful Sather practicer, and just an all-around awesome human being. And she was the woman who was in charge of the Desir bloat at our national winter nights before I came around, and I became her student. And like within 3 months, I was told I'm doing Desir bloat. I'm doing the Desir bloat, and that was intimidating as hell. Not because I was scared about performing ritual for so many people, because I had done that before, but because I was trying to fill in Patricia Hall's shoes. Not that I wasn't filling in for her. I was learning from her, and she just kind of threw me under the bus, right? But I was told in like mid-August that in mid-October I was holding a ritual for the Desir for our one of, at the time, biggest national events that we had. Midsummer in California was the only one that was bigger, and things have changed a lot since then. But I kind of got a crash course in the Desir. I had to learn and connect and figure out what that meant to me before I could figure out how to make that connection for our folk. And ever since then, the Desir has had a very, very special place in my heart. Winter nights, the Desir bloat, that's like my baby, because that's how I got started. If it wasn't for Patricia Hall and that Desir bloat, I don't know how long it would have taken me to find that connection to the female aspect of our faith. Not as I like to think as genuinely deeply as I have now. I mean, I'd have gotten there probably, but our Desir are our ancient mothers. I always say ancient mothers, but something you have to understand is that our Desir are all of the females in our line way back to the beginning of time. If you had a however many times removed aunt who didn't have children, she's still a member of your Desir, because she's a female in your family who helped shape the world that you live in right now in your family life. Maybe she was your however many removed grandmother or grandfather's best friend, or their caretaker. You don't know who that woman was or how she was connected to you. And so it's all of the women, all of those women who share in your lineage, who have shaped the families for generations and generations that lead to you. All of those women are important, and we're never going to remember half of their names. We're lucky if we know like 5 or 6 generations back for most of us. I know I don't know that many generations back in my family, but it doesn't mean you can't be connected to them. Your Desir are literally in your blood. They are with you all the time. And this is something I say often to our women in particular, but it applies across the board. When you need help with something, our gods are there, but our Desir are closer. And they're certainly more invested in our lives, because the gods are looking at a much bigger picture, and our Desir and our Alfar too, who are our male ancestors, but specifically our Desir, they are invested in us. They lived so that we could live. They live on in us. They care. They want us to succeed. They want us to do great things. They want us to be proud, strong European people, because that's what we need to be in order to make sure that our children have a future. And that's what it's all about. So you can't have the past without the future. You can't have the future without the past. Our Gythia are extremely, extremely important. So are Alfar, but they were not specific to this question. And I absolutely do believe Sheila brought it up when she was talking earlier. One of the things I say to people who are dealing with loss and grief is you try to take comfort in knowing that the person who has passed away isn't going into nothingness. They're not going to be alone somewhere lonely. They're going into a hall full of women, men and women, Alfar, Disir, all of this family for till the beginning of time. They're here waiting for you with their open arms. And I like to think of the women being in the front of the line because our women are by nature more nurturing. So of course they're standing there with their arms wide open, ready to give that person a huge, huge, huge hug and to welcome them home to their hall. And when we die, we will become one of those women in that hall waiting for our descendants to join us, hopefully after very long and fulfilling lives. That's what I got. You are muted, Miss Brandy.
Oh, thank you. Anna, can you tell us about your relationship with the Disir?
Yes. My family, my family's usually been very female led. And by that, I mean, as far as, the protection and the going out and getting food and shelter, that's been the men's job. But as far as keeping the culture alive, keeping traditions alive, that's always been the role of the women in my family. So I've been very fortunate to have that connection to my mother and to my grandmother. And, through them, I have, it's partially through them, kind of inadvertently, because they were both very staunch Lutherans. But it's through them, through learning about my own heritage, that I found Asatru. My grandmother in particular, and you can call this UPG or whatever you'd like to call it, but she does still visit. She's been gone since 2014, but she will still come and hang around. When I lived in Willmar, Minnesota, I could tell that she had been in that apartment. She brought this apple cinnamon smell with her. And it's the smell of like those old apple cinnamon spice candles. I don't think they make them anymore, but it definitely was a smell that permeated the apartment at times. Same with this place down in Florida. She is still there. So your Disir, your female ancestors, those are definitely, if you don't know who to talk to when you first get on this path, I mean, you can always talk to the gods, but I would really recommend that you start to make those connections with your Disir, with, the female ancestors. So like Catie said, they are definitely the ones that have a vested interest in you, just like your grandmother did, when she was still alive. They're the ones that want to know how you are and if you ate today. And they're also the ones that if they are still alive, that you can start to ask those questions like, who are we? Like, who are the people in our family? Like, what did we do? Because, and I regret not doing this, but your living ancestors right now, they have so much to tell you. And I don't think that we ask them enough questions. Like, why do we have this tradition? Or, what did we used to do for this? Start asking and start writing it down. Years ago, and I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent, when we always had Christmas at my grandmother's house, there would be this straw decoration in the middle of the table, and I had no idea what it was. It was always just the thing that was there. So years later, when I was doing bloats up in Bloomington with Jason Gallagher and the Northern Blood Kindred, lo and behold, we had the same thing. We have the Yule Bach. I had no idea why this was always on my grandmother's table. But there you go.
That's awesome, Anna. Thank you. Daniel says, Heather asks, where do you draw your inspiration from for your DC or bloat, Catie? So much detail goes into it.
So a lot of my inspiration really is, as cheesy as it sounds, it just comes to me. So if you've never been to one of Matt's Odin bloats, you are missing out in many, many ways. Matt does the most amazing Odin bloat. And before you think, where the heck is this coming from? I can't do a Matt bloat. Nobody can do an Alsherjargothi bloat the way the Alsherjargothi does it. We can try, but we can't, because Matt just has his own way of doing it, and we try to emulate it sometimes because holy cow, that was the most amazing bloat I've ever been to. How do I do it like that? And the answer I always have for our Gothi students is you can't. You have to find your own way of doing bloat. You have to find the way that works for you and the way that you connect to the gods the best and the way you help others connect to the gods the best, because that's our main job as Gothar, is to create that bridge between the gods and our folk during bloat. And so the best I can say really is that the way I do bloat, I believe in creating an environment in which you're invoking some sort of feeling in people. And that is done by connecting to our gods and helping our folk connect to our gods. But I like to use a lot of our senses to do that. I like to use visuals. I like to use smells, lighting incense, or having a lot of flowers. I like to do it with auditory sound, so I include a lot of song and things like that. I like to have, like I said already, the visuals. A lot of times I ask a woman or two or four, however many, to help me do bloat for two reasons. One, because for the people who are not participating, they see a representation of our Disir, and that woman who is acting as the Disir is the embodiment of them, and being able to see that triggers something in people's brains and in their minds, which helps to connect to the holy. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so a lot of my inspiration comes just like when we were doing ritual at Nedimus, which is the place we used to do. I'm sorry, somebody downstairs turned the music on really, really loud, so if you can hear it, I apologize. My husband has not put our children to sleep yet, so it's been noisy this whole time. Anyway, I knew that camp like the back of my hand. I had been going there for well over 10, 15 years, not just with the AFA, but through other groups as well. I knew it really well, so I didn't need to be there in order to find inspiration. I could sit and I could close my eyes and I could think about the camp and I could think about the people and I could think about what I was going to be there, and it's like lightning striking. I just get the idea. And I was actually having kind of a mental block about doing ritual at our new place because I've never been there. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what the energy in the place feels like. I don't know anything about it. And it's really hard for me because I need the visual as much as I like to give the visual as a way to stimulate things. And I was very lucky that my husband and I got to go down there and visit the location we're having winter nights a couple weekends ago. And like literally, I just my husband was talking to Mr. Cold Distill, whose property it is we're having our event, and well, not his property, but through him we found the property, and I just kind of wandered off on my own, and all of a sudden I had an aha moment, and it was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do for ritual now. So this was a really long tangent to just say it just kind of happens. I don't really have a better answer than that, except for apparently I did, because I talked for like 5 minutes. So yeah.
Hey, if I could just step in and just add something that ties in with Catie and her rituals and the idea of how we connect with the Deity. She did a song, and it's the one I'm going to keep doing because it's the one I just resonates with me so well. And it goes, "We are the watchers, we are your protectors, we are your mothers, our voices call you home." And we're going to do that. I'm getting goosebumps just singing it, because that's the Deity. They're protecting us, they're watching over us. And her words were so perfect when she put that together. And we're going to have all of our women. The idea of women veiling themselves, to go behind the veil and be that, to represent that who is on the other side. I really want to do that. Catie just has amazing, you could say it's theatrical, but it's not. Everything has a reason behind it. And the symbolism is very powerful.
Thank you. And also thank you, because I had forgotten about that song. That was the first one I wrote, and there's been like 2 or 3 ones after that. So I forgot about that one, and I'm glad you reminded me, because I like that one. Even though I forgot about it.
Sarah asks, Gythia Anna, could you speak on your experience with the Arminen runes, the history of them, and what attracted you to them?
Sure. I got familiar with the Arminen runes during my Gothark training. When I was asked to write one of the little monthly blurbs about Guido von List. And this man had, at a very young age, decided to dedicate his life to his folk. He wrote poetry, he wrote little essays. He did everything that I think that he could to bring the gods back to his people. Because at that time, there wasn't really a lot going on. There was like some small fringe groups, but what he did with his, more mainstream work was to, bring these gods back to the people of Europe. And I mean, that alone is fantastic. But then, years down the road, while he was recovering from cataract surgery, which even in this day and age, by the way, is not a fun surgery to deal with. If you want to, go ahead and YouTube what a cataract surgery involves. If you're not squeamish, but it's not fun. So I can only imagine what it was like about 100 years ago. So while his eyes were bandaged up, because again, it's not a particularly polite surgery. You're going to have some recovery time even now. But back then he was blind for just under a year. So while he was blind, these runes, they kind of trickled down to him. And what drew me to them was they hadn't really been getting a lot of play. They hadn't been getting a lot of use, and they were, kind of they're the newer rune row. So what called me to them was, one, I felt much more confident with these. They're newer. Yes. They maybe don't have the history that the other rune rows do have. but I felt so much more connected to these since they're so much more closer in time, than the rest of them. And, the more I read and the more I meditated on them, every one of them seems to have underneath all of the other concepts and meanings, this idea of moving forward, which is what I would love to see our people do more of, is like, we need to keep moving forward. We need to keep growing. We need to keep our heads up and not focused in some distant past.
That's awesome, Anna. And for those of you that don't follow Gythia Anna Plourde on social media, you need to. She does amazing rune pulls on a regular basis. And we keep teasing her that we're either going to make a 365 a desk calendar of all of her rune pulls because they're ridiculously inspirational. The photography is beautiful. So we appreciate you for that, ma'am, for keeping us motivated.
Every one of those is fresh and hot. Every photo is new.
Follow her on Instagram.
Wow.
All right. So we had a question from Sarah. For each of you, which god or goddess do you feel connected to the most? I feel connected to all of them, but starting out, I've always been very, very drawn to Saga. Saga has always been special in my heart. I have always tried to come up with super special gifts, something different for her, something I think that she would enjoy. She's always meant a lot to me. She's always been the epitome of what I wanted to be as a woman. I wanted to be the friend. I wanted to be the person you could trust with your stories and your secrets. I wanted to be the person that remembered everything so no one would ever be forgotten. So I was always very, very drawn to her. But since working on Baldur's Hof, being ordained as the Gythia over at Baldur's Hof, my relationship with Baldur and Nana has grown exponentially. When you walk into that Hof, you can literally feel the presence of Baldur. All the ladies here have walked into that Hof. They can tell you it's literally a presence as soon as you walk into that sanctuary. So definitely Baldur, Nana, but earlier in my path, I was very devoted to Saga. Anna, how about you?
I think early on in my path, I was very, very connected to Freya. Just as, a lot of my early years were done alone, and either literally being alone or kind of feeling alone. So I felt like I was, kind of this woman still searching for something, but, still standing upright, still being her own person. But there was always that kind of searching there. Later on, I have found myself working a lot with air. Part of that is, seeing all the folk, that are, reaching out for some sort of healing. When I was a kid in the Lutheran church, we would have this thing every Sunday called like the prayer chain or the prayer circle, where the reverend, the pastor, would list off a whole bunch of names of people that were going through something medical or physical or spirit, something like that. I found that within the AFA, we have something very similar. And I think that's amazing because our people should be able to reach out to not only their priests and priestesses, but to their gods for that healing. It's also has a lot to do with my profession. I have kind of a little miniature air. It's not quite an altar, but it's something I bring to work with me. It's just, some herbs, some rocks. I keep it in a little wooden box in my car that just kind of travels with me as I go, to work. And then I've also tried to make it a point to do at least once or twice a month an air ritual. And I know some of you have seen the photos of it, where I just take an apple, and then for everybody I know that is in need of healing, I will push a little clove bud into the apple. And then afterwards, I'll put the apple outside or into the lake nearby. But that's definitely my favorite right now.
Miss Catie.
So I know I mentioned it earlier when I was younger. When I was first finding Asatru, it was Freya. I think Freya is sort of the goddess that a lot of young women and young women choose to identify with. She's young. She represents everything that women want to be in a lot of ways. She's desirable to men. She's strong and independent. And by independent, I don't mean like I can do it all by myself independent. I just mean she can take care of herself. And we grow up in a society where our women are expected to take care of themselves, but ridiculed for it at the same time. But she, anyways, she's, and she's accessible. It's easy to find information about Freya. But I can say honestly that I don't have a specific god or goddess that I feel more connected to than any other. It it varies greatly depending on where I am in my life or what's going on in my life. As dumb as this probably is going to say, when my cat died, I found Freya, and that was my first introduction to the Norse gods as a whole. Because before that, I was kind of eclectic, I guess. But it was my first cat, and I loved my cat, and he died rather unexpectedly. And somehow or another, I found comfort in Freya because she has cats. And for whatever reason you find your god or goddess of choice, it doesn't matter. The point is you found them, right? So she was good for me. She helped me through things at that time as a mother of two young children. And when I was pregnant, obviously Frigga became much more relevant in my life because she is the mother. She is the goddess of pregnancy and children and hearth and home. And I mean, we're getting ready in a little while to start with the process of trying to find ourselves a Freyarshof, and in all likelihood, it's going to be very close to where I am. And so I find myself, and I've always had a fondness for Freyr, but now I find myself looking into Freyr and thinking about him and getting to know him a lot better, because there's this possibility that he's going to be a much bigger aspect in my life moving forward. I've felt very close to air on occasion. Miss Patricia Hall, before she sort of quietly stepped out because she had her own things she needed to take care of, and she's an elderly woman, and she had been doing her job for a very long time and was ready for a break. But before she did, she ran what is now Air's Blessings. She called it something a little bit different. It was like Blessings of Air, I think. But she sort of fell into my lap when she needed her space. And so the whole concept of Air's Blessings is, if you have something that you need help with, mental, emotional, physical trauma, or just you need an energy pick me up because you're having a hard time, you could send us a message at airsblessings@runestone.org, or you can reach out to one of our Gythias or to most of our folk builders and say, hey, I would really like some help. And the ladies who are in the Air's Blessings group will get your name, and they'll be told that you would like some energy. And most of them, all of them, will do a small ritual to send you energy. And so because I kind of got put in charge of that, in a way, air became very important to me, and I started to learn more about her and connect with her in a lot of ways. Um, yeah, it's what's going on in your life. Where are you in your life? That's you find ways to connect to your gods through the life that you're living in the circumstances that are happening. And I think it's healthy, very, very healthy to have that sort of mindset. Um, limiting yourself to a single god or goddess is you're doing yourself a disservice, because it's preventing you from building a better relationship with all of our Aesir. So
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Sheila.
Probably a lot of you know that my husband Steve is very much an Odin's man. Um, from the earliest days until probably an hour ago, whatever he's doing downstairs is probably some kind of connection with Odin. So it was probably no mystery that I would associate myself with Frigga. But it also has been my role in the AFA has been to plan the events, to welcome people, to make sure they have what they need, to communicate. I've always been, back in the old days when Steve and I were the head of the AFA up until 2016, I did most of the communication, and I love doing that. It's just the kind of person I am. So that felt very, very natural, always has. I've almost at times in more recent years kind of stepped out of that. And I'll tell you a couple of circumstances. When we were doing Sigrblot, we did Sigrblot in August. Was it August? No, August, July. And that was Bloat for Victory with Odin. And I decided that if at all possible, it's also nice to do a bloat to a goddess. So we actually have a Freya circle that had never been used really ritually before that. We have a goddess pole for Freya, and it is far away from our regular ritual area. So even though it was a very hot day and late morning, it was blazing hot. We went out there and did bloat to Freya. And the reason I did, it was because of Freya not in her typical voluptuous, powerful, all that, all those wonderful things that we know of fertility and those things. But it was more of that we are at a time when we need to use our wit, we need to use our intelligence and all these things to help us through these very challenging times. And Sigrblot being for victory, which goddess can really push us towards victory? And I thought, well, Freya is the goddess in that very strong nature of Freya as a woman who keeps up with the gods, who has the mysteries, who shares information with Odin, learns and teaches, both of them together and that kind of thing. And so we actually did bloat to Freya, and I think was really powerful when we did that. I heard some good things afterwards. Also, Thorgrim, and last year, Thorgrim is one of our older Gothar. He's been a Gothi for a long time, and he's kind of semi-retired, but he still comes out to Odinsoft, and he does all of our Frey bloats because he's a Frey's man. But last summer, I know we did a Thor bloat during the summertime, and of course, along with that was Sif. And I wanted to point out, because I think, again, how can we women relate to some of the goddesses? And I pointed out, talk about a complex family tree that she has. And so many people in the modern world are dealing with in-laws, step families, stepchildren, all these complicated relationships. And, she deals with that too. I mean, first of all, who's her husband? What would it be like to be waiting for Thor when he comes in after fighting giants? Whether, it's totally successful or not. What kind of a personality does it take to do that? What's it like knowing that Odin is your father-in-law? You've got all these relationships with all the gods and goddesses. You're kind of in the middle of it all. And I think there must be, again, Frith Weaver and peacekeeping that probably Sif is known for. So I think she's a really good role model for some of our women. And that, again, is something I've kind of developed on my own. Also, Charming of the Plow. We have often, I invoke the goddess Gythia and use her as that strong force of female force to break through the ice and create new from the frozen ground and all that. So I do like to work with multiple goddesses. I don't do very much with the gods, though, I have to admit. I certainly respect them all. But yeah, Odin, obviously, Frigga, and then, as I said, Freya and the other ones. So that's kind of how I have dealt with the nature of the gods.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a question from Kevin Cullen. Is baby naming literally what it sounds like in the after days of birth? You choose or have chosen a name for your baby? Anna, do you want to go ahead and take that? Can you tell us what a baby naming is?
Sure. A baby naming is you're introducing your child to the folk, and you're introducing the child to the gods. Traditionally, it's held 9 days after the birth of your child. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes we just wait for the 9 days to, at the very least, release the name. But and ideally, it is the first time that the child's name is spoken out loud. And when that name is spoken, with that, we have that the child is now attached to us. It's now attached to our folk. He or she is part of us, part of our collective weird. And that's the day that the child starts building that along with us.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that very much. And the next question we have is, someone new to Asatru, where is the best place to start with the AFA? That comes from Njordras. Miss Sheila, could you answer that for us? What would be the best place to start with the AFA?
Well, obviously, go to our website. We've got the main one. We have the 4 auxiliary ones, thorshoff.com, baldershoff.org, northhoff.org, and odenshoff.org. And they're going to have different materials on each one of those. On those websites, you're going to find a folk builder, and there might be one that is near you, but you're not required to only go to the one that's near you. You can reach out to any folk builders and ask questions. I also tell people, check YouTube. We have a tremendously powerful YouTube channel now with all these Victory Never Sleeps. Plus, Matt, up until now, has been doing a monthly live stream where he will answer questions for usually well over an hour from anybody who asks them. And it's always done with great, he's so direct and confident, and he just instills that in me whenever I watch. I always love those. So there's a lot of material there. Go through our website, go through the old newsletters that we have. That will teach you a lot about the AFA. Watch the recent compilations that Matt is putting together of our quarterly events, because you'll just see second by second go by with these flashes of brilliantly happy faces in all types of settings all around the country, and actually all around the world, because we do get them from other countries too, some of these pictures. Matt puts those together with music. They're really fun. If you want to share, this is what the AFA really looks like, bring in your parents to watch it and convince them that, no, we're really, really good people. They're going to see that. I do that. And then, of course, there is a book. Let me grab a copy. And this book is available on the AFA website, Asatru, a Native European Religion, by Stephen McNallen. And it is very much about his journey, but also goes through kind of the basic philosophy that was the foundation for the Asatru Folk Assembly when he began his journey. and that which has still stayed intact. The Mat, our Alsherjargothi, and the Witan are still maintaining those same standards that were established as a folkish church, honoring our ancestors and our gods and everything. But it has a lot of just wonderful, deep philosophy to it, but it's an easy read. And it reads like his lectures. So there are also a lot of his lectures on YouTube as well. But reach out to your folk builders or your Gothar. And any of us Gythias would be happy to correspond with you. If you're really serious, we'll give you a phone call and talk you through any of your questions. And we're always happy to do that. So, my synopsis.
Yes, definitely reach out to the folk builders in your area. And I think with that mention, I'm going to give my last shout out for the night. And that is going to be to folk builder Melissa Mills. Melissa is amazing. Melissa does a folklore study every week. She is the driving force behind the AFA store, constantly coming up with new products. She is constantly making me stuff for Baldershof because she's awesome and because I'm demanding and annoying, but she always does it for me anyway. She's a good friend. She's hardworking. She puts together some of the most amazing events. She's amazing, and I can't thank her enough. So shout out to folk builder Melissa Mills. And I hope all of these shout outs that we're doing tonight shows you that not only are there women in the AFA, we are not oppressed, as proof by the multiple lady leadership we have demonstrated tonight here on the podcast. Miss Sheila, who do you have left in your district?
I have Rachel Johnson, who's up in the Seattle area with her husband, folk builder Mason Johnson, and happened to have come across Rachel several years ago. She's another one of those who met her husband in the AFA, and she was a single lady at that point. Obviously, she was single but never been married. Well, no, she had, but still, she had no children. He has 2 children who were quite young at the time. She came in as a wonderful stepmom, and she's been homeschooling them ever since she took over as their stepmom, and has done a wonderful job with wonderful kids, very active in their community. If you happen to look at the Odenshof page, our calendar, you'll see that they have things blocked out throughout the week that they're doing with their kindred. They have a very active kindred, but she's also one of these people who is anxious to share her successes with her homeschooling. So she's active on our homeschooling group, and all the sharing lots of articles she finds and recommendations, and telling us all about how to go about some of these things that she has learned. And she's very, very beneficial to our whole Odenshof district. But it's nice, really nice having her experience with our Alsherjargothi Academy now that we've actually launched it. Here's a real mom who's doing it and can tell us all how to make it work.
Speaking of the Asatru Academy, I think Nick should pop that link up really quick because it definitely belongs right after Apprentice Folk Builder Rachel Johnson because she does so much work. Asatruacademy.org, all of the team have worked really, really hard coming up with all of the curriculums and the platforms and the support of the parents and interactions. It's absolutely amazing. So special thank you to the Asatru Academy team, also to Gothi Rob Stam, who is the dean of the Asatru Academy and truly made this a reality. So we cannot thank him enough. If you are a parent that wants to homeschool, definitely check out asatruacademy.org. All right. And with that, Miss Catie, I believe you've got a couple left in your district we want to give a shout out to. One of them works with the Asatru Academy as well, right?
Indeed. Heather Young. Heather Young is down in South Carolina. She is one of the driving forces behind everything that happens in and at Thor's Hof. When the Hof was first purchased, her and her husband would drive, and sometimes she would do it by herself because her husband would be working, and she would go to the Hof and she would spend hours by herself or with her daughter sanding down the terrible paint in the vestibule in the Hof, right before the sanctuary. She was sanding walls, painting walls, cleaning her butt off. I mean, she just works her butt off. She's a powerhouse when it comes to getting things done at Thorshoff. And as a folk builder, I don't know any person who could say that they've met Heather, and she is one of the most immediately warm and welcoming people in the world. Like, she's wonderful. I love her to pieces. And it doesn't matter if I forget to respond to her messages for weeks on end. She'll still be like, how you doing? And she doesn't care that I forget to respond to her messages. She just reminds me constantly that she's there and she's thinking of me. And I think she does this with a lot of people. She's an amazing Frith weaver and an amazing person, and she's pretty cool. And last but not least, we have Christine Dumas. A lot of you know who Christine Dumas is. Christine Dumas is a kick-ass folk. I'm sorry, pardon my language. She is a kick-butt folk builder. She works incredibly hard. She has a almost 2-year-old son and a brand new daughter. I think she's 4, 5, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, somewhere in that range. Pardon me for not remembering. I think I mentioned earlier we have like a ton of babies being born right now. I think we're up to like 38 babies already this year. She just had a baby, and she didn't take I think she took like 2 days in the hospital, and then she was suddenly just there working again. Like, I don't know how she does it, because I've got 2 kids. I barely have time to breathe. So Christine really is amazing. She is.
Yes, she is. Christine is one of the driving forces behind the new women's chat that we've been having once a month, and our first one was just last Sunday. So that is being headed up by Gythia Catie, Gythia Anna, apprentice folk builder Christine Dumas, and folk builder Sarah Alt, and myself. So definitely keep an eye out on MeWe for information on when that's going to be held. We're going to get all these ladies together once a month and just have a chat about topics that are specific to women in Asatru. Speaking of social media, we have got social media all over the place. We have got our YouTube channel. We have got Twitter. If Nick wants to pop Twitter up there for us, or any of our other social media groups, you can follow us on Twitter right there. We are on Instagram. We are on MeWe. If you are not on MeWe yet and you are in the Asatru Folk Assembly, you are missing out, because that's where your people are. We are everywhere. We're also streaming live on Twitter, because Nick figured out how to do that. So if you're watching us live on Twitter, give us a shout out. We appreciate you being here. But definitely check us out on all of the social media. Check out the websites. There'll be links all above the websites with all of the different social medias that the Asatru Folk Assembly is on. So if Nick can pop those websites up one more time. On those websites, you are going to find all the information in the events calendars about everything that's going on in your district. You can also find the news article areas where we have all kinds of events that we've done, pictures. Sarah Alt does the Baldershoff one. She does a constant post in remembrance of Elsie Christensen, sharing her wisdom as well as wisdom of the Alsherjargothi. All kinds of stuff going on those websites. So definitely take a look. You're going to find things from readings of lore to interesting memes that we've made to the last moot that we had to videos of our last events. So definitely check out those websites. They are amazing. And thank you to everyone who's worked so hard on all of those. All right, Sarah has a question for Gythia Anna. Gythia Anna, you are known for your awesome baking skills. Is following the recipes sometimes a connection to your ancestors, and do you see it similar to a ritual?
I do. Especially when I'm baking for my folk, as I'm stirring the dough, I'm putting in my my energy, my hopes for them. I have a very nice electric mixer that I've never used because the vast majority of my baking is done for my folk. So to use an electric mixer, that's just going to take away what I can infuse the cookie dough or the cake batter or the bread with. And baking, baking is something that's been like the woman's job in my family. It's kind of like the spiritual inheritance. It's like your baking was it was like your pride and joy. It was how you showed love. It was how you showed somebody that you cared about them. Is that fresh plate of bread or cookies or whatever when somebody came over? There you go. Like, did you eat yet? I hope so. Here, eat some more.
Food is absolutely a huge part of what we do. I get asked that a lot. Why is it that every time you guys have an event, all these pictures, you are always eating? Because we're always eating. The whole time we're there. We have the most amazing feasts and the most amazing cooks. Food and drink and sitting around a table and sharing Frith with your folk is one of the most important things that we do. I'm actually going to take this time to interrupt the questions and have Miss Anna explain to us what fika is and whether or not they're going to have fika at Njordshof, because we have it at Baldershof. Is it going to migrate south? That's my question.
It is. I'm going to call it fika, y'all. Fika is a point usually in mid-morning where everyone stops what they're doing. It doesn't matter. Everybody stops, puts down whatever they're working on. The point of it is to not do any work. It is to sit down, have a cup of coffee, have some tea, have like a little bit of coffee cake, a cookie, a rusk, a scone, whatever you've got. And it's to sit down and connect and chat with the people around you. Preferably not chatting about like work stuff or something like that, but genuinely talk with the people around you. Like, how are you? Like, how are you feeling today? And, genuine connection questions.
Yes, this is a ritual at Baldershof that happens at 10 a.m. and everybody, including the people in the kitchen, will stop what they're doing and sit down and talk to their folk and enjoy the moment, because an event is not always work. So even if you're stuck in the kitchen, you're going to have fika. Tony writes, not a question. Brandy, you leading bloat during Freyfaxia at Jim's place was something else in the best ways. Helped make all of this really real for me. I'm never going to forget it. I appreciate that, Tony. It's one of the best things about being a Gothi or a Gythia. One of the very best things is when it becomes real for that person. When you're walking around that circle and you can see the tears in their eyes, or you can, see their heart beating in their neck because of the energy that they're feeling, or you hear their voices echo either through the hall or outside. I mean, it's when it becomes real for someone, it means a lot for us, because that's really what we're here for, to be that conduit between you and the gods. The rituals are great. Ceremonies are great. I love doing weddings. My very first ceremony was actually a wedding, and I'll never forget it. And it was beautiful. But that beauty is also in something as a simple bloat or sumbul as well. Glenn asks, what is Anna drinking?
Tonight I'm drinking Pedialyte.
Ooh.
And fancy ginger ale in a little tiny can. It's delicious. And pickle juice.
Quite the collection.
Yeah. Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. Gothi Lane asks, Gythias, with the Disciplote coming up, what Disir do you connect with the most and why? I'm going to start with that one. The Disir that I connect with the most is probably my maternal grandmother, Bonnie. She was amazing. She passed away in 1997. She's not gone. So when she passed away and we returned back home after the funeral, it was a really traumatic time for my family. And we were at home in bed sleeping. Everybody was asleep. It was late at night. And I remember I was in that place halfway between dream and reality, and I felt my bed move like somebody was sitting on it. And I opened my eyes, I looked at the clock, and I looked up, and my grandmother was sitting on my bed.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that I was not fully awake, but I know I wasn't fully asleep either. And she told me that she just came to say goodbye and to let me know that she's never that far away.
Mm.
My grandmother was one of the biggest influences in my entire life. She was strong and loud and opinionated and just amazing. Amazing. Her and my grandfather passed away at the same time, and my grandfather actually, or I'm sorry, my stepdad actually had a sighting of my grandfather around the same time, standing in my mom and stepdad's bedroom. And it was just a matter of, we're just coming to check in and say goodbye. So they were both there that night to different people. But she is definitely the Desir that I go to for everything. I talk to her every day, which is not unusual because I used to talk to her almost every day anyway. Even when I was a teenager, we moved, so we ended up being, a few hundred miles apart. But she used to defend me because my mom would get really, really mad at me, because this is back in the day before cell phones were a really popular thing. I know I'm going to age myself. It's okay. It's fine. But I used to call my grandmother long distance just to hear her voice. And for things like a chocolate chip cookie recipe that I would make her give me step-by-step instructions and wait until I wrote them down just to hear her voice. And my mom would be livid about the long distance phone bill. She's never really gone. I don't think our ancestors are ever gone. They're just a thought, a prayer, an offering away. So yeah, that's mine. Anna, what do you got, ma'am?
I've got a woman that I've hailed often at Sumbel, and that would be my grandmother, May Moberg, who she absolutely held the family together. Everything that happened in that family, she had okayed it. She was always the one making sure that her grandkids were okay. According to her, I had never eaten enough, even though she probably just saw me put down an entire plate of dessert. I had never eaten enough. Like I said before, she had passed away in 2014. She still hangs around me. She's hung around through several moves. We've had a few conversations, especially both in good times and in bad. I was, having a little bit of a hard time, and she just kind of showed up kind of in the back of my head saying, it's going to be okay. You're just going to have to be smart about this. And it was exactly what I needed to hear. She's also shown up, during times of celebration or times where I was feeling great, like after moving to Wilmer. That was actually a town that she had lived in as a much younger woman, but she would show up at the apartment. I could just kind of feel her in the apartment. Mm. And the day of my wedding, again, kind of one of those little back of your head, you're not sure if you heard it or not, but you're pretty sure that you heard it. I heard, this one's okay. I like this one. She was very judgy, so that meant a lot. And even now, I can still feel her down here in Florida. So that would be mine, Grandma May. She also taught me how to make lefse. So
That is a talent, and we thank her for that teaching. Sheila, which Disir is closest to you?
Mine is my mother, who I really never got to know very well. As I mentioned earlier, she had cancer from about the time I was probably 8 years old until she died when I was 12. And she was also working and trying to support a family of 3. So we had time together because I had older siblings, but it still wasn't really intimate time, and we never did goodbyes. Well, that was just not a time you did that, and people were not really prepared for the loss that comes with someone's passing, and certainly that was the case in my life. So I have never really made deep connections with my mom, and winter nights is a time to do that. I've looked at the picture that I'm going to take out there at Odenshof, which is what we do. By the way, if you happen to be celebrating winter nights this year, definitely put out a beautiful set of table or something for the Disir. I know that Catie Erickson always does a beautiful job at any of her winter nights with lace and teacups and things like that, or any flowers. Honor them that way. But I will definitely, I always do, I speak to my mother because I don't have the blessings that other women here have talked about of really sensing their mother or grandmother. I really have not had that. And it doesn't mean that it's impossible and won't happen. It also doesn't mean that she's not there and that she's not listening. I think she is. I was going to say something earlier about the importance of parents to be reminding their own children about the ancestors. The ancestors are there for us. When I was teaching 8th grade math one time, I think it was math, maybe it was language arts, we were getting to the end of the year testing, and the kids were kind of apprehensive about taking the test. And I said, you really aren't alone. You have somebody perhaps standing by you, somebody from the other side who wants to see you succeed and will give you the confidence that you can do so. Just know that you're not alone. And I think I'm saying to parents right now, if you have kids who are, like 9 to 18, you've got those kids in their teens and they're feeling like they don't really know themselves very well anymore, or their friends, and they don't know who to talk to. Remind them that their ancestors are there. Their ancestors are looking over them, and again, protecting them, just like Katie's song, protecting and watching over us. So I just want to remind parents about that. Sorry about that. But anyway, yes, of course, I always remember my grandmothers. But my mom is she's the one that I reach out to every time. By the way, I also want to say one more thing about winter nights. That my husband wrote a poem many years ago. I think it was 1993, called October Women. There's a video of him reciting it, but he also does a tradition every year, and I love it because it's based on Ray Bradbury's talking about the October women, and Steve always refers that to Freya and the Disir, and it's a beautiful poem. So I encourage you to read that on your own. You can find it. If you don't have it, I will send you a copy, because it's one of our traditions. It's like you have Yule traditions. For us, winter nights is always Steve reading October Women.
Catie, who do you most connect with of your Disir?
Sorry, pressing buttons is difficult. Sorry. Typically, I would say my maternal grandmother. Her name was Mary Alice. I actually named my daughter after her. Alice, we were choosing only Germanic names, so it's still named after my grandmother. We just kind of used half the name instead of the full name. Anyway, she was a very strong woman who just, I mean, she was just your average lady. I mean, as average as any mother who raises a family is. But weirdly enough, and this came up because I've recently gotten into quilting. I've always liked the idea of doing quilts, and then Mandy has her baby quilt project going, and I can't crochet to save my life. And I certainly can't knit. A lot of it is because I have carpal tunnel from doing wood carving, and the thingies are just too hard to use. But I finally decided to start quilting and to make baby blankets, which unfortunately I haven't actually made one for Mandy yet because I had 2 kindred members who got pregnant and now 2 cousins who are having baby showers this weekend and next weekend. And so I've been busy like a little sewing bee, making these quilts for these people because I think finding so my paternal grandmother, I didn't really get a chance to know her very well. We weren't really very close, but one thing she did do is she made this quilt for my mom, and it's just like we're very Irish, so it's like green and white with little shamrocks sewn on it, embroidered in it, and some of the shamrocks, she embroidered the names of some of our family members. So it's got her and my grandfather, it's got my mom and my dad and my siblings. And that was it. But she basically gave us this kind of family tree quilt. And I rediscovered it. My mom had given it to me, and because I wanted it. And because it's something from my grandmother, an actual physical thing I have from a grandmother that I wasn't very close to. And I found it earlier when we were looking for extra blankets and stuff to bring to winter nights for people who might be camping out in case they get cold or whatever. And I hadn't seen it in years since I was a teenager, and it was weird to me to remember to just she made that quilt, and there was this weird kind of thing, I can't think of the word, or like I've been making these quilts, and my grandmother used to make quilts, and I kind of knew that in the back of my head, but it wasn't really present. But I had been thinking about my grandmother a little bit, and then I found this quilt of hers right before we're getting ready to go to winter nights. And I don't know. It was a strange little. I won't call it a coincidence because I don't think it's a coincidence. I just forget the actual word. Um, yeah, I've been thinking about her a lot lately. But when we are in Stumble, and this is going to be one of my little off on a tangent thingies, one of the things that I did is I didn't write the lyrics to the song. I had somebody else write them because I'm not really because I just did. I couldn't think of words, but I could think of a tune. So somebody else wrote the words for me, and I made the tune, and I created what I call our Gythia song, and I sang it. I've sung it at every Stumble we've done at a event since last winter nights, and the reason why that's important to me is because you almost never hear me call on either of my 2 grandmothers in Stumble at a national event. I almost always choose to honor my Gythia as a whole. When we do small family stumbles with my son, he asks for them sometimes. I will speak to them. When we do small kindred stumbles, I will raise the horn to them. But when we are doing a national event, I feel like there's so much more energy, and so by hailing all of my Gythia, I can give them all a little bit of that energy and that recognition that they don't get regularly because they don't have names for me, if that makes any sense. So I think it's important to honor all of them. But right now, to make that very long thing short, my paternal grandmother, Christina, is who I've been thinking about. Daddy's old.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question for you, Catie. Gythia Catie, is there any news on Freyshoff?
Oh, wouldn't that be grand? The news is kind of the same it is the last time our Alsherjargothi was asked. When we have Njordhof paid off, we will begin our active search for Freyr's Hof, but we will not be doing that until Njordhof is paid off. And one of the biggest reasons why it's important to us to not move forward on a Hof until the previous one is paid off is because then we don't have to worry. There is no issue once we own the Hof and it's ours. We don't have to worry about. We just don't have to worry about it anymore. It's ours. Taxes and upkeep are the only things we have to worry about. No, we don't with taxes because they're churches, and churches are tax exempt. So, yeah, no. When we have Njordhof paid off and have it 100% in our possession, then we will move forward. So, feel free to make those donations to that thingy you see on the bottom of the page. I'm sorry. Yes.
Right over there.
Do that.
Also, check out Sigerheim donations. That is a new dream that is becoming reality with the help of the folk, the dedication and generosity of the folk, the generosity and the hard work of the leadership. This dream will finally come to pass. All right, and I got another question from Finn Wraith. Should Norse pagans serve in the military? I ask because I skipped military service in my country and now seriously wondering if I need to go back and serve. That is entirely up to you on a personal level, whether or not you serve in the military. However, I will say that the Asatru Folk Assembly has great respect for our veterans and those who are serving presently. And we show them the utmost respect and courtesy because they deserve it. Also, good time to also put up that link for the Feast of the Einherjar one more time, because this shows us just how much we do appreciate those who serve in the military, have served in the military, and especially those who have died in combat and given their all. So Feast of the Einherjar, November 10th through 13th in Oklahoma. Tickets at runestone.org/events. Also, our store is really, really awesome because of folk builder Melissa Mills comes up with amazing products. We do have a new line of hoodies. We have got the AFA hoodie, the AFA Lights the Way, Odin's-Hof, Thor's-Hof, Baldur's-Hof, and Njord's-Hof hoodies. And I do believe we have zip up and pullover. So definitely go to the store and check those out. And I just want to count, look, 1, 2, 3, 4. For those who've lost track, that's 4 Hofs. 4 Hofs. 4. On our way to 5. All right. Sarah asks, Gythia Brandy, anything awesome coming up at Baldur's Hof? Yes, and always. Food Pantry is this weekend at Baldur's Hof. Contact folk builder Ashley McStalker if you want to help or donate to that. Also, on the last Saturday of the month, which is going to be the 29th, is going to be Winter Nights at Baldur's Hof. I will be conducting the Desir Bloat that night, and it'll be from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. is what the event's going to be. Our hosts for that event are going to be folk builders Jamie Elaine, Sarah Alt, and Jesse Schaefer. So they recently just got oathed together at Fall Fest, and they are going to celebrate together by hosting Winter Nights, and I'm happy to let them cook because they are all amazing. So those are the interesting things that we've got going on over at Baldur's Hof. And I think we've talked about Odin's Hof's Winter Nights got the 3-day weekend coming up. Mm-hmm. And Anna, you talked about your Winter Nights. So speaking about Hofs, so Catie, you can speak on Thor's Hof. You can speak for Thor's Hof because you're the lady of the hour in Thor's Hof district. So every Hof has a different personality. Every Hof has something a little bit different. You will find that as you travel from district to district to district, from the West Coast to the East Coast and back again. Every district and every Hof has something special, its own little personality. So I just kind of want to go around a little bit and talk about logistics of a Hof, because people are always nervous the first time they come. They're not sure what to do at bloat. They're not sure how that's going to work. They're not sure what to do with Sumbul. So if we could just start out, Gythia, Anna, if you could kind of just walk us through what happens at Njorthof. How do you guys run your blow? What's the logistics of that? What do the women play? What kind of roles do the women play there?
Well, first we have the Women Bless the Mead, which is a fantastic AFA tradition that I just love. And it's for me, when my first AFA event, it's something that I felt very welcomed in with. I wasn't just sitting on the sidelines while the men do everything else. It's something specifically for our women to do. And it gives them that feeling of, oh, hey, this is my faith too. I'm actually doing something. I'm doing something important. And when I'm doing a bloat, I like to pick a woman that may be a little bit new to help me out with it. And it's usually either bringing the horn around for the folk or bringing the horn from the gods around. But I certainly like to give, new women an opportunity to have that experience and to see that there is in fact a place for them. And again, Njorthof is a very new Hof, so we are still trying to work on that culture. We're trying to build our own dynamic. We all of us, all of the clergy there, we all have our own experiences from literally all around the country. So we're still in that very early stage of developing our own culture. But I think we're off to a really great start.
Now, Sheila, Odenshof is really the first Hof of the Asatru Folk Assembly, and for the longest time, it was the Hof of the Asatru Folk Assembly, and it was almost, and still is. I mean, looking at your pictures of your midsummer, it still is kind of the place to be in the summertime. It's it draws a crowd. Could you tell us a little bit about what's special about Odenshof, and if there's anything in particular that the women play a role in there?
Yeah, I would say that one thing we're learning from the other Hofs, we're seeing successes and traditions established there. And now that we all have our own beautiful murals that were painted by Witan von Harrell. Ours is, of course, of Odin, and that was done, literally was done a year ago. It was done in October. We have a new tradition, and yes, we, just the same way at the other Hofs, we start with a Wayfarer bloat, excuse me, what am I saying? A welcome to the gods, usually about 1 p.m. on Saturday. And the women start by blessing the horn. And usually Matt's the one who initiates that, but I will probably lead the welcome to the gods ritual, which can be really fun, especially the way Matt does it, because he does it with kind of a flourish. We love that. But what we have now started doing, and this is not just women, but this is for all of us, it's made clear that as we leave that ritual circle, we go down to the hall, the main building that we have, and we enter in the side door, and I usually lead the way, and I will go in and stand before the mural and put my arms up in Algi's position and say, "Hail Odin," and everybody is expected to do that and watch as everybody else comes in. It's a relatively new tradition. We've only been doing it for about maybe 4 or 5 months because we only do monthly bloats, just like other people. But it is definitely something we're establishing, and as expected. Our Hof is very casual compared to the other Hofs. Is built on the old AFA, the AFA that had grown over decades. A lot of our our members were around for many, many years. We did camping events up at Camp Norga. When we got this, we were very fortunate to have enough land that we could actually arrange for camping. And our little town of Brownsville is very remote. We have one motel in town, and to get to another hotel, it's a good 45-minute drive on mountain roads. And at night, that's tough. So having camping is really wonderful, but also, again, makes for that casual atmosphere. What we're trying to do now is to get all the everybody understanding that bring a change of clothes, because we might do, quote, Viking games during the day or Oktoberfest games, but when it comes to bloat, please dress up and honor our gods, honor Odin at his Hoth. I mean, been stressing this is the first Hoth in 1,000 years. We need to show utmost respect for Odin and the blessings that we have as folks being able to even be there. And so we're trying to work on that, to build a mindset of true reverence for being there. Some people still come kind of to socialize because that's the way it's been established, but we're trying to make it a very sacred place for everybody and remind them of that. We have a gorgeous ritual circle with a big black, it actually is in gravel brick that we have the rays of the sun, the black sun with black gravel in between. Just simply beautiful. So, but we also now have the altar inside. We have an altar to Odin, so that's where things like the baby naming are sometimes going to be taking place, and whatever other rituals we have. But we always try to involve our women, of course, and we're growing, and we're changing and building new traditions. And I think we all need to be ready to do that because it just makes us better.
Thank you, ma'am. Gythia, Catie, can you tell us a little bit about Thor's Hoth and what roles the women play there and kind of what's special about that Hoth?
So I'd say I'm embarrassed to say this, but I'm not really embarrassed to say this. I live many hours away from Thor's Hoth and have never been able to be a dedicated attender to those events. I've only been there for Ostar in the South and the dedication. So I know that Witan Brandy has a lot of really neat and unique things he does in his Hoth that are different from things that are done in other Hoths. They have their own called a ritual. They have everybody, stand and greet Thor when they walk in. I think he actually started that at Thor's Hoth because that was where the first mural was painted. And I know that they have their own meal blessing that they use. It's not their own. It was written by Alan Turnage. None of these are particularly about the women because I have to admit that I am not super familiar with there being specific female roles in Thor's Hoth. That does not mean that they don't have them. It just means that I am not there for their small events or their individual things. I live right now, I'm like 10 hours away. Before that, I was 6 hours away. So it just wasn't something we were going to be doing. I do know that all of the women bless the horn. They bless the mead. That's a across the board AFA thing. I think every woman I know who has been to at least one AFA event knows what it means when we say, ladies, let's go bless the horn. But I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer than that. But I know they've got to have stuff because
They do.
I know. I'm sorry, I don't have the answers for you, but I
think you're just tired and drawing a blank.
probably.
So Witan's Fun Herald is actually the first person that decided that when we enter the hall, that we are going to greet the god that the hall is dedicated to. That came from Witan Herald. Also, they have a really beautiful ritual when they bless their mead. All of the women actually go up to the altar of Thor, and the men galder while the women are blessing the mead, and they galder very, very, and you haven't experienced a galder until you experience a Thor's Hof galder, because those men got style. I'm just going to leave it there. They're awesome. But the women bless the mead, and then they return to the circle. And when you're returning to the circle, you're returning to like this vibration of male voices welcoming you back to ritual. And it's absolutely beautiful. It really is. Baldur's Hof has a few traditions, some that Anna and I started together. One of them was Kolning. Anna and I had talked talked a long time about women finding their voice in Asatru. And we were working on kolning with our women, which is the old Swedish cattle calls, kind of yipping and hooting and hollering into the mountains to call the cattle home. But we started experimenting with that in a modern and spiritual context. And we started kolning. We do bloat a little bit different. We actually kick all of the men folk downstairs. They all go downstairs. All of the women stay upstairs in the sanctuary, and they bless the mead. When we're done blessing the mead, we actually call our children and our men upstairs to bloat, and we do that by calling Wunyo. And that is something that Anna and I started together there, and we still use Wunyo. We also started opening up the doors and hollering out into the abyss for all the folk to hear us to come home to the church. We also have a candle that when you come up to the doors to enter the sanctuary, when the women call you up to bloat, there's a candle that you pass your hands over, and then that you actually use that as a cleansing moment to put yourself from the mundane to the spiritual place. Put your head on right. Leave everything at the door that doesn't suit you. They wave their hand over that candle, and that is always held by a woman. The doorway is always, the woman is always there to greet you, and the woman is holding that sacred space, and she is your visual cue and your reminder to put everything behind you when you enter into a sacred space. We also have the folk flame. Thank you, Nick, for putting that up there. The folk flame is the most photographed item at Baldershof. It's actually really interesting. So we ran into the issue, unlike Odenshof, we can't have a big, beautiful fire, unfortunately. And same with Thorshof, we can't have that. We don't have the space. So we had to improvise. And folk builder Jamie Elaine found this amazing candle, which is not a candle. It runs on isopropyl alcohol. And we can have a big, beautiful, smokeless, safe flame. And this is the folk flame. And what this flame represents is the beauty, the strength, the passion, and the fire of our folk soul. And during bloat, we actually asked JB to walk up and light that folk flame. And then we all focus on the folk flame and call our folk home. And it is the beacon to call the folk back home to their gods. Yeah. So that's what we got at Baldershof. That and Fika, because Fika's great. All righty. Next question is, good evening, ladies. I have heard it mentioned that women have magical aspects in Asatru. What is your definition of magic? I'm going to give that one first to Catie.
Yay! So there's sort of a stigma about using the word magic as a woman in any of the non-Christian circles or the pagan circles or whatever, and that transfers over to Asatru, and it's a shame because magic is real. Magic is energy. Whenever you feel an energy of a place, or whenever you feel an energy from a person, or whenever you feel anything, you're feeling energy. And by anything I mean obviously not feelings of emotional feelings, whatever, but that's all magic. Women have an innate magic in them. We always refer to it as the woman's intuition, right? We have magic in our blood. It's literally a part of how we're made, and it's all about energy. Being able to recognize it is the first step. Being able to manipulate it is the next step. And when I say manipulate, I'm not talking about like using a magic wand or throwing fireballs from your hands or whatever. It's just it's a very subtle thing. It's being in a hall full of anxious people and being able to calm somebody down with a calm word or a soft touch on their shoulder. That's magic. That's frithful magic, where you are literally sometimes consciously and sometimes not. Using an energy from yourself, transferring it to another person, it's calming them down, making them feel less anxious. All women can do that inherently. Some women can do it while being aware of doing it, and it's when you can be aware of manipulating that energy to change something around you that it becomes real magic and not just the inherent magic that all women have. So.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I'm going to give this next question to Sheila. It's from Tony, King of Cheese. I've asked this question before, but I'll reiterate for my own sake. When we die, do we go to the gods, or do we go to our ancestors, or both?
We have to say we don't know, do we? None of us have been there and come back. I'm sure, well, we do know that hell is a place of quiet and repose, and that may be where we go and stay for a while. But again, we talked about the ability to connect with our spiritual ancestors on the other side, with the essence of who they are, that they welcome us into the fold of we are ancestors at that point ourselves, right? And in fact, my husband Steve always talks about us as being ancestors in training. Yeah, I don't really know. I know some people feel that if you do a lot of work here in Midgard, spiritual work, things that help you transform and evolve, that you will have more options. And I think that is what we tend to think. Some people might be happy to have that quiet repose, and others, I will tell you, my husband is one who's going to keep moving when he gets to the other side, because that's his own way of living his life here in Midgard, and he's not going to stop doing that. So if there's any way of continuing to interact with God in the other world, and we don't quite know what it's going to be. I think we have a certain amount of choice in it, and also it will be determined by how we've lived our lives well here. So warning to everybody, if you want to have more choices on the other side, be a very good person, follow the 9 noble virtues, live nobly, as our Alsherjargothi tells us, be noble people.
I'm going to add something real quick. So obviously, like Sheila said, none of us have died and come back. But if you ever get the chance to read the book The Road to Hell, it's a really good book that goes into detail about what our ancestors believed death was. And one of the things that they explain in that book is how, we are made up of, our soul complex is made up of more than one part, right? Our body is one part of our soul. And one of the reasons why our ancestors used to visit the how, or the burial mound of their ancestors, was because they believed that when you buried the body in that place, that literally became the home of their soul. They also believed that there was a tunnel or a portal from the how to the halls of the ancestors or to other places, so that our ancestor or our family member who passed away wasn't stuck in that how. They could go to the halls of their ancestors or wherever. I don't remember all of the exact details at the moment, because it's been a very long time since I've read the book, but when you would go to visit that grave, you were literally going to speak to the soul of your ancestor, or to that piece of their soul, and they could come back from wherever they were and be there and listen to you and commune with you. It's one of the reasons why grave sites have always been very important to us, because I know, like, our ancestors' graves and our family members' graves are as holy and sacred a place as they would be to Native Americans or to in other faiths like that, because theoretically you can literally communicate to your ancestor through the resting place of that piece of their soul. So the fact that our ancestors believe this definitely leads us to believe, or I mean, I firmly believe that there is more after death. It's like Sheila said, we don't have any real way of knowing what that is. I will say that I don't believe that the majority of people will ever go to the Hall of a God. That is an honor. I'm not saying that nobody will, but it was an honor that was reserved for very special circumstances. In some circles, will hear people who will talk about how they're going to Valhalla because they are warriors, but they're literally like, they're warriors because they are mentally ill and they are not killing themselves, and because they have not killed themselves even because they want to, that makes them a warrior. They are strong, they're battling on, and so they get to go to Valhalla. And I am not kidding, I have heard more than one person actually say that that is why they are going to Valhalla, because they are depressed and they don't kill themselves. So yeah, no, I think most of us will not be lucky enough to go to the Hall of a God. If you want that honor, if you want to be chosen by a God to go to their hall after your death, you have to achieve great things. And it's something we should all strive for. So it works as a sort of it's a good thing to strive for, because how can it not make you better than you are now? And if we're, as Asatru people and as a strong and proud Aryan people, we should always be working to be our best selves. None of us will ever be our best selves. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think there's ever really a best self. There's only the striving for best self, if that makes any sense. But if you're better today than you were yesterday, you're on the right track. And if the aura of a god's hall after death is good enough to pull you forward and upward into a greater person than you are, then it's a good thing to strive for. But yeah, we don't know what comes after death, but we know that our ancestors believed in certain things, which makes it more likely.
Well, we definitely know that you need to live by the 9 noble virtues. You need to live an honorable life. We are our deeds, right? Mm-hmm. So as far as what happens to us when we die, pretty much most people are going to go to hell. That is a basic that is just how it is. Just like Catie was talking, you're not going to die from your battle with cancer and go to Valhalla. That's not how it works. What you're going to do is you're probably going to go to hell with the rest of your ancestors. Hell with one L is not a scary place. I mean, not really. Your ancestors are there. That's where most of us were. That's where most of us will go. If you have the ability to be a great hero and transcend into something stronger, then you would be honored by going to the halls of your ancestors, or, transcending and becoming something different, becoming something great, a great spirit that comes back and protects the folk. But yeah, you're definitely not going to go to Valhalla unless you die in battle. And even then, you may not get chosen. Just because you die in battle, you may not get chosen either. But yeah, the simple reality is most of us are going to go to hell, and we're all going to be there together as a folk. That's just the way it is. Transcendence is a thing, and you need to transcend to the next level and be absolutely amazing to earn that spot. That's the Brandyism on that. That's the short and simple version.
That's good. Hey, Brandy.
Yes.
This might be a good time to talk about our plans at the Hof, as to how we do interments, so that people have a resting place for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So Thorshof already does have one soul resting on that land. Mr. Bethea, I believe is how you say his last name. He is already on the property. Right now, we do have our honored ancestors that are buried on the grounds of Odenshof. And Sheila can tell us a little bit more about that. At Baldershof, we're working on setting up and getting what's called a columbarium. And it's basically a marble stack where you could be interred and sealed into that stack. So we're currently working on the logistics of how to make that as absolutely beautiful as possible. without taking up the entire yard, because we don't have a lot of space to work with. So we're going to try to get creative with that. So that's something that we're working with right now. If you do want to be interred at the Havs, make sure it's in your will. If you need to, if you absolutely want to be remembered at the Hav, put it in your will. Get your will done. I don't know if, there we go. Nick is on it. DoYourOwnWill.com. Send your will in and let us keep a copy of it for you. It's not to be nosy. It's not to get into your business. It's to make sure that what you want done with your remains, if you want to be buried at a Hav, can be done. The last thing that you want to do is just tell somebody and then they end up giving you a burial in a Catholic church and putting you, somewhere where you don't want to be. So please make sure that you do your will. Right down there is the address. Nick is going to leave that up for just a little bit while Sheila talks about Odenshof Cemetery so that our people can write that down. Sheila, you want to tell us about Odenshof?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So we happened to get a nice piece of property when we bought Odenshof there in Brownsville. It had been the old Grange Hall. That's how it had been used, as I said, since 1938. It had many, many uses. Has a very large parking area, big gravel parking area. And there's one area to the west that was kind of scrubby, and it was outside some fencing. We actually have it fenced now so that our back area that's very private, people can't see us when we're out there having our meals or doing ritual. We had this other area, and it was decided that we would set this aside for a cemetery. We looked into it, and there seemed to be no issues with us actually interring ashes that we couldn't do an actual physical body of a person, even somebody who was embalmed. That's just not the way it would work there. It would take too many regulations, obviously. And this is fairly open. It can be actually seen by the road, to a certain extent. Easy, anyway, quite close to the road. So Matt, with some help, actually laid it out, figured out, I'm not sure how many places, how many sections we have, but they're each like 3 by 8 feet. And we're offering that basically that could house a complete body, though we're not doing that. And we have 2 interments there already. And the first one was done a few years ago, and it carries the ashes of our very good friends, as I said, Gothi, Thorgrim Odin and his wife Catie. Their adult daughter passed away from sepsis. It's been about 12 years ago, maybe. And they always kept her ashes. And Matt gave them permission to do the first interment there. And we did that at Midsummer, I think it was 3 years ago. And Thorgrim is very Norwegian. And so he actually laid out stones in a shape of a ship. So it goes, tapers in at either end. And Catie is very much into flowers, whether they be silk or real. And so she planted lots of perennials in there. And we did a beautiful ceremony. And I actually did the design for the headstone. We have a friend who does headstones. And so we put the algaes in the opposite for the death rune, the life rune, for birth and death dates. And it's beautiful. And we did a very nice ritual for her ceremony for Becca Roth when we did Midsummer. The next one was kind of an unfortunate situation where one of our members was tragically killed. And at that point, one of his very best friends, Mark McLeod, who is the manager of our Odenshof, decided it was time to actually fence in the Hof. So he was able to get enough money, I think a couple $1,000, and we now have wrought iron fencing with a nice, beautiful little gate that goes in. So you have to look at pictures of Odenshof. And we did do a very nice ceremony with all of Adam's friends who were there. And the interment there, it was right behind Becca's grave. And the other thing is that if you don't know, if you're not a genealogist, you might not know, there's a website called findagrave.com they list all the cemeteries, and volunteers go in and they actually take photos. They'll take the information off of the graves in cemeteries. And Odenshof Cemetery is listed on Find a Grave. So you can actually go to findagrave.com, put in Brownsville, and you will see the two graves, close-ups of the two graves. And it is open to, of course, all of our members. We do not charge, how much it costs to actually inter someone in a public cemetery or another church cemetery. We ask that the family maintain that they put in the original placement of the ashes, and we actually have them in a box. We've got them watertight and everything, so they're well protected. And then if the family can maintain that gravesite, but we'll do it regardless. It's what we do. And so we have the two, and it will be wonderful to see what happens at the others. Freyshof is obviously, Nordhof has plenty of land. It'll be interesting to see what they come up with. Do you have an area, Anna, that has been determined to be a good cemetery for your place?
We don't yet. So I think that is in the works. There is a lot of just wild area at Nordhof. I think right now we can only walk around on about half of it without actually getting into the woods.
Okay.
So, yeah. But it's definitely something that we're going to look into. And I know we have the space for it. And it's something that I would obviously love to see. Because it's seeing that first official burial at Odenshof in midsummer 2020.
Mm-hmm.
That really just choked me up, because again, it's like now our folk now have a place of their own, and they have a final resting place of their own. We're not just borrowing somebody else's cemetery, or we're not just having to just throw the ashes just out somewhere. We have a final resting spot of our own. And it's amazing to see that.
Yeah.
So the burial of our people and the respect to the remains of our people are so important. No one who is remembered is ever truly gone. So it is our intent, and is the intent of the Asatru Folk Assembly, to make sure that when someone is interred at our hofs, that they do understand that it is a commitment to them. Your family doesn't have to worry about whether or not you're going to be tended or remembered. You will be. This next question, I'm going to combine these two because they're kind of the same question, and I'm going to give this one to Anna. Tony King of Cheese asks, a question for you Gythias. How would you suggest getting closer to the gods? Ritual, or is there something more? And Nick asks, how can a feller work on getting closer to the Aces specifically, or a Lady the Ace? I'm assuming the gods and the goddesses. Gythia Plourde, could you answer that for us?
Ritual is great. It's not the only way, and it's not what I would recommend actually for the first thing. The first thing that you need to do is acknowledge that your gods and goddesses are real. You need to speak with them as they're real, because they are. It's not just an idea. They're not just some archetype. They are actual beings. If you want to start making that connection, start talking to them as if they're real, because they are. And once you start doing that, start reading about them. Some of the information's a little bit hard to find, but do your best. Do your research, do your homework. Start finding ways to connect. It can be in ritual, but it can also be just going through the woods and thanking them for that. It can be, an activity that you enjoy and keeping them in mind.
Thank you, ma'am. This next one I'm going to give to Gythia McNallen, because I think that she will be able to answer this very well. Growing up in Christianity, women were seen in a much different way. What is something you want our menfolk to know about women in Asatru?
That's interesting. Well, certainly growing up in the Catholic Church, there was no role at all for women except to be a nun. And gee, what kind of a life was that, right? And I know it changed. I lived through Vatican II and saw the big changes of the priest turning around, facing everybody. Everything was in English, and then they started bringing all the lay people. But I think what's really special in Asatru is the way that all of the women are involved in whatever level they want to participate. They're encouraged to continue learning on their own about the gods, to choose their own gods. I mean, when we do Summel and talk about a simple ritual, everybody takes part. You all honor, everyone honors a god or goddess, and everybody honors an ancestor. And then you've got the third one. We're all learning together. It's definitely community when we do that. And there's the women have every potential for learning as much as the men do. I really recommend that, again, when we talk about the gods and goddesses, that Spawn, Harold, and Matt, and having their Victory Never Sleeps, go into some really interesting things about all the layers of the gods. We tend to look at them superficially, but there's so much to be learned about our gods and goddesses. But our women are, I think we basically live Asatru. We are Asatru. That is one definition. We are Asatru. We live our lives totally by Asatru, by our standards, and knowing that we are connected to our gods, that we're descended from them, and through our physical lineal ancestors, we have every right to be here and feel powerful from that knowledge. We should all women should feel empowered being an Asatru, because there are no barriers set up for us. So I think the men need to know that. They've got great potential in the women of Asatru.
Thank you, ma'am. All right.
Can I add something to that?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Something I would like the men to know is that we, as women, we are here to build with you. We're not trying to compete. We want to build this together with you. It's like you are our other half, and we are yours. So we want to be here, and we want to be here with you.
Perfectly said.
Nice.
Daniel Young asks, can you explain the role of a horn bearer? Catie, could you take this one for us?
So this is something I feel very strongly about too. When I was Theodish, and it comes back to that a lot because that was my starting point, and that built a very specific foundation for me in a lot of the way I have formed my worldview, and the worldview being the way I view the world through our faith. And just about the only important role that Theodism had for women was that of the horn bearer. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to give you an example from the lore for a few minutes, and I can't remember which one it was, but there's one story in particular, it might have been Beowulf, but don't quote me on that, where the lady of the hall is the horn bearer, and it shows you in the story, it shows you how she works the room as a frith weaver. She carries the horn, and when a new person enters her hall, it's her job to greet that person and to offer them the horn, to offer them the hospitality of their hall. And that creates a frithful bond right then and there. I am giving you the gift of my mead and the gift of my hospitality. And when you drink that mead, you are accepting it. You are agreeing that you are going to participate in the frith of that hall. And then you see, like, there are two gentlemen in the hall at this feast day who are not on good terms with each other, and she is able to walk up to the two men and pacify it simply by being there, because men are supposed to behave better around women. When there's a lady of the hall in front of you, especially if she's carrying a horn, you behave better, because it's a holy thing, that horn. The horn is our horn is our receptacle for all of the things, all of our gifts to the gods, and it is often the receptacle in which those gifts are returned. So the woman who carries the horn is extremely important, because she is carrying the holy mead. She's carrying that holy horn. And she is, by her very nature, and that is that of a frith weaver, because we are all inherently, as women, frith weavers. Some of us are better at it than others. And by that, I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, there are women out there who are like the antithesis of Frith, who sow discord wherever they go. Those are not our women. Thankfully, our women have chosen to be above that kind of behavior. But a woman is a frith weaver by nature, and when she's holding that horn, she uses her frith. She's connected to that horn. And one of the things that's really important about a woman who carries a horn, particularly during Sumble, and this is where it gets really important for me, when a woman is carrying that horn, she is using her frith at all times. When somebody is extremely upset while raising the horn to a family member who is deceased, if they get really upset because they're feeling some kind of way about it, she can reach out and put a hand on that shoulder. And sometimes that hand on that shoulder, or just that little touch, is enough to let that person know, I'm here for you. I can help you. You're not alone. And sometimes that's all it takes. I've done that before with somebody who got so upset. They were just really sad. Their father had just passed away, and you could tell he could barely talk. He was so upset. And I reached out and I put my hand on his arm, just a casual little, like, it's okay, I'm here, you're not alone. And we became really good friends just from that little interaction, because I'd like to think he could feel it, but he certainly knew that it was like a genuine moment, I guess. But that's a form of magic or energy manipulation or frith. There's also the concept of masculine energy versus feminine energy. Masculine energy is a lot more, has a lot more friction to it. Men are the doers. They are not that women don't do. I always mess this part up when I'm explaining it, because I forget the right word for it. But men have a very different energy. I often say it's a chaotic energy, but I don't like calling that because when we think of chaotic energies in Asatru, we think of things that are a lot more negative than masculine energy.
Men have a very penetrating energy, where women have a very receiving energy. Men are very penetrating and very powerful and very forward motion and very strong and forward movement.
Right. It's true, but it's also, it can be a little bit, their energy can be very not overbearing. Overbearing's not quite the right word, but it can sort of take over a thing. It's strong. And the woman who's carrying the horn, her job is to make sure that when a man hands the horn back, because we always, during our high symbols, the woman carries the horn, and the woman always touches that horn before the next person gets it. And the reason why that happens is because by holding that horn, her frithful energy, it doesn't erase what that man put into the horn, because that's not the point. We're putting our energy into that horn because we want it there. But what it does is it sort of neutralizes it. It takes that like super frictive energy and turns it into not passive, but it just helps settle it down so that the next person
kind of like you're calming the neutrons and protons of that masculine energy.
Right. Yes. But no, she takes the horn, that energy becomes it transforms into something else. It goes into the horn. And when you give that horn to the next person, it is now ready to receive that person's energy and that person's wishes and that person's words. So it doesn't empty it, it doesn't erase it, it just alters it so that it's ready for the next person. And that's extremely important. And it can be a lot of hard work. Any woman on this call who has ever carried the horn around a very energy filled symbol knows that it can be very draining sometimes, because you use a lot more energy carrying that horn around than you think you do. It's one of the reasons why we like to have our Gythias do it whenever we have them, because we literally have been trained to deal with that kind of thing. Something I like to do that I'm sort of low-key and also not low-key because I keep talking about it on all of these calls, I like to push is the idea that on the third round of Sumbul, we don't choose a Gythia to carry the horn. We use that to honor a woman who has been really awesome in some way. So, because the third round is the round where we toast the living, we can toast ourselves, we can toast our folk, but it's kind of a lighter, more energetic and round. It's I like to choose a woman who's done something really awesome, because even though I just said it's a lot of hard work to carry the horn, it's also an incredible honor to be allowed to carry that horn, because you are literally becoming a tool in the ritual of Sumbul. And Sumbul absolutely is a ritual by itself. It is an important ritual, one of our most important rituals. So being allowed to be a tool or a very important role in Sumbul is an honor. Just recently at the Njorshof dedication, Miss Pam got to carry the horn around third round. And that's because every single person who in her kindred who helped make the Njorshof dedication possible turned and pointed to her and said, she gets it. She earned it. Unanimously across the board. And she tried to deny it, but I didn't let her. She was, she tried to say she wasn't awesome, but we all know she is. I've asked Heather Young to carry the horn before, because she's worked her butt off to make Thorshof successful. So the horn bearer is it's a very important role, and it's one of the most honored roles that a woman can have. By no means the least role, or the only role, though, like some other shoots of our faith would make you think. Sorry, that was a really long answer, but I told you I was passionate about it.
That's all right. You were thorough. You did a good job. Sheila, Ashley wants to let you know that she left her charger in your car today.
All right. Oh, dear.
All right. Josh asks, good evening, Gythia. Would there be anything you all respectively would like to see for or request of your folk for the future, immediate or not? I'm going to take this one. There are a few things that I would like to see of our folk or request of our folk. Number one, be courageous and be strong. Be brave for your gods, be brave for your ancestors, and be brave for your folk and for your church. That would be my first request. My second request would be to be generous and strong. Being generous to your church is not just giving money to your church. When you donate $10 to Odin's you're donating $10 to Odin. When you donate $10 to Thorshof, you are donating $10 as a gift to Thor. The same with Balder, the same with Njord. A gift to the Asatru Folk Assembly is indeed a gift to the gods themselves. We are not out here driving Porsches, buying $40 million homes. We're buying hofs for our gods. We are gifting our gods. And obviously, our gods are gifting us in return. This many times so far. go to the websites and also go to runestone.org and go into, I believe it is in the donation section, and you can donate to any of our Hofs. You can donate to the Folk Services Fund. You can donate to the South African Fund. I bet we've got a link for that on here as well. There we go. You can also donate to Sigerheim. Sigerheim is a dream that will become a reality. You can also donate to the Asatru Academy. That is something that will always be amazing and build to the future of your children. So when you ask what I would ask and request of my folk, be courageous, be strong, and be generous. Ashley asks, what makes a great Gythia? We'll do a roundtable on that one. How about Anna first? Anna, what makes a great Gythia?
Genuine love for your folk, genuine faith in your gods, and then the combination, having the faith in your folk that you can bring them to know the gods like you do. Mm-hmm. And patience, and sometimes being willing to be really annoying with people.
Awesome. Sheila?
Wow, that was wonderful. That was succinct and beautiful, but also know your people, know who they are, know what their needs are, know what their pleasures are, their joys, who's their family, what are their challenges, and be there for them no matter what.
Catie?
I pretty much have to reiterate what Anna and Sheila have already said. Our folk there's no point in being a Gythia if you have no one to help. There's no point in being a Gythia if you're sitting all by yourself in the woods. It's great. You're honoring the gods and stuff, but what's the point if you're not helping your folk? You need love them, know them, and we should always be striving to help them and to help ourselves be better. So it's all about the folk, yo.
I would say time and dedication. If you do not have the time, you need to learn how to bend physics to make it. Being a Gythia is the most important thing that you will do. If you ask me what I do, I won't tell you how I pay my bills. I will tell you that I'm a Gythia of the Asatru Folk Assembly. I am a priestess of Balder, and I serve my folk in my church. That is what I do. Asking me how I pay my bills is an entirely different story. What comes first is that I'm a Gythia of the Asatru Folk Assembly. So if you can't find the time, you need to bend physics and make the time and have the dedication not only to the folk, but also to the gods. We are the priests and priestesses of the Aesir, and we can never forget that. That is our primary services to the gods, and then to our church and to our folk. So dedication and time. Sarah asks, Gythia Brandy, could you talk about the folk mother and her memorial altar at Baldershof? Sure. So at Baldershof, we have a altar to Elsie Christensen. There is a beautiful picture of it with all of its fall decor. We use this as a primary focal point for dedication at Baldershof. It is to the left of Balder's altar. To the right of Balder's altar is our Ancestor altar, but this one is for Elsie. Elsie Christensen is kind of like our matron over there at Baldershof. We leave offerings for her at this altar. We actually have a dedication that we do at our longer events, our 3-day events. We'll have a dedication that we do to her on the first day of the event, honoring her, remembering her, and giving her gifts. Because remember, no one who is spoken of ever leaves us. So this is her way of still being here. Elsie was a fantastic woman. Please visit www.baldershof.org and visit the news feed or the blog post. Sarah Alt does an incredible dedication to Elsie on a regular basis with actual tidbits about her life, information, repostings of her writings and her works. So definitely visit baldershof.org and take a look at the blog post. There's something all the time up there for the folk mother. All right. Next question. Do we have any more questions? I think we might. Just checking to see if I missed any. There's one. Dylan Walters asks, I'm new here and have not become a member yet to the Thorshof district and was wondering if anyone could share more information on Asatru Folk. I wear my Mjolnir every day and also have a Yggdrasil tatted on my back. And he is looking for a good practice I should be doing every day. And is there a place close to Indiana I could worship the gods at? And just all info you could tell me about the Asatru Folk Assembly. Mr. Dylan Walters, I could talk to you for another probably 24 to 48 hours straight about the Asatru Folk Assembly. So that would be a very long conversation. But what I will tell you is to go to runestone.org, take a look at the Declaration of Purpose, the Statement of Ethics, and the laws of the Hall, and make sure that you would be in compliance with those and that you would support those as well. If you can support those, you can support our church. And contact... you're in Indiana, reach out to folk builder Zach Cato, or no, Catie, who we got over there in Indiana?
Jonathan Rock.
Jonathan Rock. Sorry, Jonathan. You can harass me later. Jonathan Rock, get a hold of him. If we can pop up Jonathan's email address, it should be jrock@runestone.org, I believe. Get a hold of him and he will get you in touch with folk, talk to you a little bit, let you know what you need to know. And he'll let you know about any moots or anything that are going on, as long as you are somebody that he feels can be safe and productive and worship the gods.
Can I add something?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. As far as what you can do or how you can learn to worship, I know that question has already been answered in a couple different ways, a couple different times, but something that I think is really important that people forget to do is finding small ways every day. I've talked about this before. I talked about it when I was on my first interview with Matt, but it was in relation to children. And something I didn't really talk about was the fact that when I'm doing it with the children, I'm also doing it myself. I see a stray cat in the woods. We have one, a little orange tabby that kind of runs around in our wood line out in the back of our yard, and occasionally leaves a dead mouse out in our driveway. Whenever I see that cat, I just always assume it's a girl because it leaves the dead animals, and that's more of a female cat thing. It makes me think of Freya, and so I have a occasional reference to Freya out of the blue, just that happens in my daily life. I see two crows, and I know realistically it's not Hugin Munin. For one, they're crows, not ravens, but I digress. Crows are always in pairs. They mate for life, and you almost never see just one crow. You almost always see two, and if you only see one, the other one's really close by, but that doesn't matter. I see two crows and I think of Odin. And so every day I have a daily reminder to think of Odin. It's easy for me to think of Frigga because I have children. Or I see a fireplace in a home on a movie. That's enough to make me think about Frigga, because Frigga is the goddess of the hearth and the home. It's little things like that, little associations that you need to build up in your own head. And if you don't know much about our gods or you have questions, reach out to our folk, reach out to Jonathan Rock, reach out to one of us here on this call or to any of our Godar, and ask questions. We don't mind answering them. In fact, we enjoy answering questions. But find little ways every day that can make our faith every day. Have a little daily ritual that you do every morning when you wake up. It can be something as simple as I'm lighting a candle on an altar and saying, good morning and hail the gods. I don't know. It's something as simple as if you have like an altar, touch it every time you walk past it. Just a little tap it when you go, because it makes you a physical action that makes you aware of that altar in your space. It doesn't have to be complicated. You don't have to do big old bloats. You don't have to do, say big long prayers or anything like that. I mean, it's good to do those things too, don't get me wrong, but it's Find little things every day that you can do that make you think about our gods, that make you think about our ancestors. And that makes it every day. And the reason why I think that is so important, particularly with our parents, is if you teach your children to make those little associations, they will grow up so immersed in our faith that they have no reason not to be Asatru. And we want them to be so Asatru that their children, when they have them, are so much that much further removed from like the Christian faiths. That's a thing for me. Like, I don't have an issue with Christianity. I just don't agree with it. No anger there or anything, but I don't want my kids to be there. I want my kids to be as unchristian as possible. I want them to be Asatru. And if I can raise them to be 50 times more Asatru than I could ever be because I was raised Christian, and some of those things will never be out of my thought process, then they'll raise their children to be 50% more Asatru. And they'll raise their children to be 50% more Asatru. And eventually, however many generations from now, our children will be so Asatru that there is nothing else. They won't have that Christian guilt complex or any of that. And that was really like that spiraled. Sorry for that rabbit hole, guys. But really just find little ways every single day to make Asatru and our gods and our ancestors and our faith part of what you do. You don't need to go big.
Even Catie can find the rabbit holes that I tend to find. Good job. It's usually my job to jump down the rabbit hole, but you did very well with that. And I agree with you. I've never raised my children with the choice of if they could be Christian or if they could be Buddhist or if they could be Asatru or if they could be Wiccan. They didn't have a choice. They were raised Asatru. That's what they were raised in. I didn't give them a choice of let them feel out what it is that they want to do. If they want to do that later on in life, it'll break my heart, but they'll do it if they want to, I suppose. But will it break my little heart? Yes, it will, because this means that much to me. But yeah, I didn't give them the option. I don't give them the option to experiment with things. This is how I'm raising my children. This is the culture I wanted to raise my children in, and this is the values that I want to raise my children in. And fortunately, my kids came with me to the AFA. My kids came with me in the AFA at a really good time in their lives where they were old enough to understand what was going on, but they were also at an age, and Anna can remember, they were little. Well, I shouldn't say they were little, but they were a lot littler than they are now. But they had a chance to learn and grow and be influenced by a lot of the masculine role models that they found in the AFA. My children, some of their favorite people in the AFA are the last speaker, Alan Turnage, and the Alsherjargothi Matthew Flavel. And each one of them is a little bit different. When we were doing construction on Baldershof, on that first Fall Fest, when we had just gotten the Hof, and we were literally tearing things down. And one of my children looked at the Asatru and said, "Hey, do you think you could judo kick this wall in?" And the Asatru said, "I don't know, let me try." And he did. He kicked the whole wall in, and my kids were amazed, and he has been one of their heroes ever since. And the law speaker, Alan Turnage, introduced my children to Chick-fil-A, and he has been their hero ever since. So my kids have been influenced by these strong, masculine, pious men in their life, and I couldn't be more grateful for it. So yeah, I wouldn't have given them a choice for anything else,
Could I add something?
Absolutely.
As a daily? Okay. So something we only established maybe 15 years ago, but that for us is to bless all our meals. And when Steve and I sit down to a meal, we don't start until we trade off, each meal, one of us will do the food blessing. And we don't do the same one all the time. We have a lot of the same verbiage, but it changes, kind of the mood and what is ahead of us for the day. But it's our way of connecting with the many blessings we have in this world to even be here in Migarth, to have another day, for the food that is before us, to remember the ancestors and what they went through to get us to this point, and the meals that they had, and how this may or may not be similar to what they had. And we also thank the animals, because we take that protein that we get from the animal that died, it carries us forward, and we use that. So we always thank the animals if we have animals. But we also do that at our house. And it is a tradition. And the other thing, when it talks about something about the women at our house, one of the traditions we have is when, after a meal blessing, which is done by a gothi or githia, we always say, and we do our similar, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, is how we always end, which is wonderful. It's very dynamic. And then it's women and children eat first. And the men always step back, and all the women, and then would be maybe guest men who might be new there. And then, the established in leadership, women or men, doesn't matter. Our Gythias are, and also lady folk builders always eat last. And that's what we do. We take care of our folk first. And that's a tradition in each of our houses too. Kind of comes from my husband being in the military and saying that the leaders there make sure that their men always eat first, and that the leader would eat last. And if there's anything, and believe me, there have been a few times when Matt hasn't had very much to eat, and he'll tell you about it. But so we always have to have plenty in hand for Matt. He's got quite an appetite. He's so much fun. But anyway, that also, we always do a greeting to the day. A lot of you know that we do that. And it is something we do. It renews our own relationship, gets us ready for the day. We honor our gods and goddesses as we do that, and gives us healing hands to do our work. So those are just some simple rituals that anybody can build in, especially if you have children. Do the food blessing, give them the responsibility of thanking for the food that they have.
Definitely.
Quick rabbit hole. So
yes.
You were talking about Alan. My son never likes Alan, except for that he loves Alan. When he's 4, and up until about 3 months ago, he went on like a 1.5 year long growling binge. He would not smile at people. He would not talk to people if they looked at him, if they talked at him, if he had any even thought in his head that they might come near him, he'd growl at them. It was cute at first. It didn't last. It was really irritating, actually. And my son, every time Alan tried to talk to him, growling at him, and then all of a sudden they were like best buds. Like, I don't know what happened. That Alan has always been really, really good to my kids, and I appreciate it, because I don't know. That was my funny story about Alan. Alan's pretty cool. I like that dude.
Yeah. Everybody likes Alan. Alan is a great dancer. I never knew that the last speaker could get down like that until we were over at Fall Fest for Baldershof, and we danced the night away. It was a lot of fun. There's pictures to prove it. It's awesome.
I did actually want to add one more thing, but I got distracted by the Alan thing, and this is really cute. Really quick, I swear. My children don't have a choice. They are going to be Asatru. We are trying not to teach them about anything else. Not because they don't have the right to know, but because there's no reason for them to know about some things when they're as young as they are. My kids are 4 and 2. There's no reason for them to be confused with information about Jesus Christ. All of our family outside of us are Christian, so it can be a little complicated sometimes trying to let them know why our family is doing other things. But something that I think is really important is I want my children to love Asatru. I'm not trying to force them to be Asatru because through anger or fear or anything like that. They don't need to be scared that if they're not Asatru, they're going to be smited. I'll tell them I won't talk to them anymore. I'd be lying and they know it, but I want them to love it. And it's really easy to teach children to love Asatru because Thor's a really cool dude. Read them some of those stories. He's this angry guy who eats goats and smashes Jotuns. My 4-year-old is all about killing things right now. So Thor is like the best thing in the world. And like he has insight into that stuff that you wouldn't expect a 4-year-old to have, because he's never had the outside influences. And we were in the woods the other day, and I'm not particularly fond of heights, and we were on a walk that went past a little cliff down to the river, and I was like, don't get too close. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm scared. That doesn't mean you should be scared. Mommy just gets anxious, and I don't want you to, like, my anxiety about things to make you scared, because I don't want him to be scared of the things I'm scared of simply because I'm scared of them, right? It's a conversation went a little differently because he's 4, and he just looked at me. He's like, it's okay, Mommy, I'm not scared. Thor is always next to me and he protects me. Like, what kind of a child thinks to say that about Jesus Christ? None. Because, sorry, most 4-year-olds don't have a real grasp of Christianity when they're Christian. They just know they go to church and they come home, and But when we teach our kids to really love our faith and to really love our gods, because our gods are cool, that's easy to do, they understand it. They understand it better than I. They probably when kids are little and they don't have those outside influences and they love it, they understand it better than we could ever hope that they would understand it. So that's, yeah.
I can butt in. I don't have that much parenting advice because I don't have kids just yet. But I think one thing that's going to really help our children to love this faith is instilling them the idea that this is inside of us already. We're not having to go to some foreign source for it. It's already in here. It is part of us. We are born with this as part of our greater folk soul. And we are born into this huge connected web of folk.
True story.
Yeah.
Let's see. We do have a couple questions left. We have a Green Leader asks, what's the best way to bring more women into the AFA? Well, so far tonight we have shown you 4 Gythias, 14 folk builders and apprentice folk builders, right? 14 of them. And that is just leadership. Like I said, we've never had more women in the AFA than we do now. We've never had more kids in the AFA than we do now. We've never had more lady leadership than we have now. And it's just a matter of, if you have a woman in your life that honors the gods, that honors the Aesir, if you can bring her to one of our events, one of the moots, and honestly let her know that we are okay. All right. We are not going to be a bro show. We are not going to be a drinking social party. We are not going to take our clothes off and dance naked under the moon. We are child friendly. We are family friendly. We are your parents friendly. We are a good group of people doing great and amazing things. And most of us are normal people. Some of us are extra awesome, like myself and the ladies on the call, but most of us are perfectly normal. But bring her out. Bring out your sister. Bring out your mother. Bring out your friend from work. They won't regret it. They're going to see that we're perfectly safe, that we honor our gods, our ancestors, and our folk, and that we're just good people to be around. So that's my advice on how to bring women to the AFA. Does anybody else have any advice on that?
Yes. Don't act like other types of dudes. And this goes for the ladies too. Our ladies are feminine ladies, our men are masculine men. Portray that. Dress well at our events, so when we take pictures and we share them with people, they see well-looking feminine women and well-looking masculine men. We take pictures. We take a lot of pictures. And when people look at those pictures, they see. This goes for women, and as much as I don't like to admit this, women are going to look at those pictures and judge what they see. If they see a bunch of people standing around in old t-shirts and jeans and, looking unkempt and drinking beer right from the can, which isn't a bad thing, but it's like, if it looks like a drinking party, we're not going to want it. Most of us are not going to want to hang out. We're not going to come to your church thinking we're going to find what we need to feel spiritually fulfilled. But when women look at pictures of good-looking dudes and good-looking chicks all hanging out and smiling with lots of little kids running around, women are going to be attracted to that. So dress accordingly, act accordingly, and this is across the board. It's not just men, it's for women too. And that is one of the best things we can do to attract more women, in my opinion.
Right. Jason, you've got a couple questions here, so I'm going to try to answer them all in rapid fire. It says, Brandy, love you in Baldershof. Is there a gathering on the 29th? Yes, Winter Nights is going to be on the 29th from 10 to 6. Also, you ask, I'm really nervous about my first gathering event in my life. Can I get some inspiration on that subject? Again, we are perfectly normal, happy people. We are family friendly. We are very hospitable. Baldershof has a reputation for being very hospitable, having great food and plenty of it, and holding powerful bloats, and the conversation will be great. So don't be nervous about anything. If you are nervous when you go into something like bloat or sumble, just follow the person in front of you. When we do bloats, we tend to walk you through the bloat so you know everything that's going on, so don't be nervous about that. And how do I convince my family that it's okay to attend Baldershof for spiritual events? Show them pictures of the events. Have them watch the podcast. Have them watch anything that's on our YouTube channel. We have tons and tons of videos showing pictures of normal people having a good time worshiping their gods and sharing Frith. And there's all kinds of videos. I would pull up the YouTube channel and show them the YouTube videos, or show them one of the podcasts with the leadership. And do you have any insight in finding a female who's single and Asatru? Well, I would recommend starting in the AFA. We do have a few single ladies in the AFA. You just got to look for them and be worthy of them. So a young man looking for a young woman, and vice versa, a young woman looking for a young man, make sure that you are the best version of yourself. Make sure that you are emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially, mentally prepared to have a partner. So a lot of the people in the AFA are very, very family oriented. We are very traditional minded. And we are looking for our better halves. And when we say better halves, I mean for life. So make sure that you are your best version of yourself in order to attract that into your life. That's the best recommendation I have for that. Does any of the other ladies have any recommendations for Jason about how to find a single lady who's Asatru?
You know I do. But Anna was about to say something, so I'll let her go first.
I also have a recommendation for family. Bring them to a Hof. I brought, my parents were at Baldershof for my wedding, and they're like, oh, well, this isn't okay. This is like, they're like, oh, all these people are nice looking and are nice. And I know my husband's parents, I swear we almost had his mom about to join. Alan had almost charmed her into joining. There's maybe one more dinner date with Alan, and
would have been there. Alan's smooth though.
Yeah, he's real smooth. As far as women, because I did meet my husband in the AFA. Just keep working on yourself. Find ways to work on yourself. Make connections along that building yourself line. Like, get involved in the physical fitness group, get involved in the spiritual excellence group, start up conversations with people. You will be amazed. You're going to have to put yourself out there, but
yep,
it's worth it.
You're going to have to be those things that I asked of you before. You need to be courageous, you need to be strong, and you need to be generous. So you need to be courageous of spirit, strong in body, and generous of heart if you want to find a true woman in the AFA. Sheila, do you have any recommendations on that for young folk looking for people?
I would say that when you attend an event, make sure that especially the women, get to see you, that they can evaluate you. Be there, be one of the first people to volunteer to set up chairs or to pick up the garbage or anything else that needs to be done. That will make a lot of points. Don't just sail into an event and then leave as time to do dishes. That is one of the worst things you can do. Be a person who gives value to the community, and you will have people putting you at the top of the list if there's anybody that they feel that would be a good match for you. But yes, as men, you're going to find fewer women, but be that better man. That's certainly one thing. Also, try to bring other relatives, other friends around. And we all need to do that more so that we have a bigger group of people who experience us, even if they decide not to join because they have something else going on. They've experienced us. They know, we are the people we say we are. We live by our values, and that we're a worthy community to join and help us build our reputation.
Definitely. All right.
I said I had to add something.
You've got to add.
I'll go quickly. I'll try to go quickly. So when you said you were nervous about going to an event, don't be. I am really not a super outgoing person, and you'll hear people say this, and it's never untrue. Walking into one of our hofs, or you'll never feel more at home than when you walk into one of our hofs. We say all the time, it felt like I was coming home. You really do feel like you're coming home because our people are friendly and because our hofs have a wonderful energy, and it works because you walk in and it just works. It just fits. It feels like you finally found something you didn't even know you were looking for all this time. So don't be scared. Take the leap because it'll be so worth it for you to just come to an event. I also want to say, as far as finding women goes, don't be pushy. When there's a single good-looking woman and she's the only one in the group, don't pounce on her because you will scare her away so fast. It happens all the time. I don't know how to say it better than that. Be patient. I met my husband through the AFA. My family is an AFA family, and I had pretty much given up on the idea of finding an Asatru dude. I kind of just figured I'd have a Christian husband because that's how it would work, and we'd have to figure out how to raise our children in both. And I was very lucky because I wasn't willing to settle. And if you're not willing to settle, if you're willing to wait until you find the person who works, it is worth it. Be patient. Don't settle, but also just don't rush it. Be patient. It's so important. And don't pounce. That's all.
That's very sound advice, and probably the most sound advice is don't pounce. That's excellent.
That's cute.
So before we go for this evening, I want to wish Steve McNallen, and I know all the other ladies here want to wish Steve McNallen, our founding father of Asatru and the Asatru Folk Assembly, we would like to wish you the happiest birthday. Thank you for all of your years of dedication and service to your gods and to your folk and to your church. We hope it is beautiful, and we hope that you enjoy your day. So happy birthday to Steve McNallen on October 15th. I would like everyone who can get on MeWe, if you are in those MeWe groups, and go into that Odenshof message board, raise a horn to Steve on his birthday and send him a message, please. I bet he would appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Steve.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Steve.
Thank you.
And thank you for all you have done.
Thank you. So one more plug for Winter Nights. The clock is ticking, but it's not too late. Winter Nights 11 in Ohio, October 14th through the 16th. You can still get your tickets. Contact Catie, contact Cliff. They might be busy. Contact anybody in Ohio, any of Tim, Christine, Adam. Contact Adam. Contact anybody. We'll get you in touch with the people that you need to if it's short notice and people are busy. It is not too late, even though the clock is ticking. So
Be there or be square.
Be there, be square. All the cool kids are going to be there. Except for me and Sheila.
Yeah.
And Anna.
Oh, Anna. Oh, dear.
We'll be there in spirit. Send lots of pictures, Catie. Yes. Well, that is all. I think that's all the questions we got. Thank you, ladies, so much for coming on, for spending literally 4 hours with me on a call, just chatting. That's crazy. It's really not. We do this often.
It's
Talk
awesome.
about something scary. This was so much easier.
Yeah, this is so much easier. I appreciate all of you ladies spending so much time with us and answering all the questions for your folks. So have a great week. Catch Victory Never Sleeps next week, same time, same place. Again, everybody who is anybody is going to be on that podcast. All right. So until next time, next Wednesday, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps. Good night, everybody.
Good night.